Phrasal verbs are commonly used in the English language. A phrasal verb is a combination of words. A verb combined with a preposition, an adverb, or both. When these words are used together, they take on a different meaning than that of the original verb. Most phrasal verbs have a literal and figurative meaning. With the literal meaning, the phrasal verb means exactly what it says, while figurative language uses similes, metaphors, hyperbole, and personification to describe something, often through comparison with something different. The figurative meaning helps one to exaggerate the expression so that the feeling is expressed in a better way. Sometimes there's an idiomatic meaning as well. Let's look at the phrasal verb put on. The literal meaning, I put on my clothes. The figurative meaning, I put on weight, meaning I gained weight. The idiomatic meaning, he's putting us on, meaning to mislead us deliberately, especially for amusement. In this course, you will learn many of the phrasal verbs in the English language. You will learn the most popular ones with examples of how they're used. Be up to. Definition: to be doing something, often something bad. Example number 1. What have you been up to lately? Meaning, what have you been doing lately? Example number 2. I think John's up to no good. Meaning, I think he's doing something bad.
Hey, what are you up to this evening?
Not much. I was thinking about watching a movie. Want to join?
Sounds good. Are you up to trying that new sci-fi film?
Definitely. I've been looking forward to it.
Build up. Definition: to increase gradually. Example number 1. Kim's anger has really built up over the past week. Meaning, her anger has gradually increased over the past week. Example number 2. The dirt in the drain pipe has built up and is causing a clog in the pipe. Meaning, the dirt has gradually increased and is now causing a plumbing problem.
Hey, have you been working on anything lately?
Yeah, I've been trying to build up my portfolio.
That's great. How do you plan to build it up?
I'm taking on more freelance projects and attending networking events.
Bring up. Definition: to introduce a subject. Example number 1. Please don't bring that up again. Meaning, please don't talk about that again. Example number 2. Can you please bring up the boxes from the basement? Meaning, can you please bring the boxes from downstairs to upstairs?
During our team meeting, I'd like to bring up the issue of working overtime without notice.
That's a good point. It's been affecting team morale, and we need to address it.
I also want to bring up the possibility of flexible working hours. It might help balance work and personal life.
Absolutely. I think it's important we discuss these topics openly. I'll make sure it's on the agenda.
Build on. Definition: to use something as a base for further development. Example number 1. If you build on your math skills, you may become an accountant one day. Meaning, if you increase your math skills, you may gain a higher position in the math field one day. Example number 2. When we bought our house, it was too small, so we decided to build onto it. Meaning, we added another room to the house to make it bigger.
I think the initial project proposal is solid, but we have room to build on it.
Agreed. We could incorporate more user feedback to refine our approach.
Exactly. Building on the feedback, we can adjust the project to better meet our audience's needs.
Let's also build on the current design by adding more interactive elements. It'll enhance user engagement.
Add up to. Definition. To have a particular result. Example number 1. Matt did a lot of extra work for his boss, but his efforts didn't add up to anything because he lost his job. Meaning, his actions didn't have a good result. Example number 2. If you check the numbers, they'll add up to the correct total. Meaning, when you add up all the numbers, you'll get the correct result.
Have you calculated the expenses for the project?
Yes, I have. They add up to more than we anticipated.
That's concerning. How much do they add up to exactly?
They add up to about 20% over our initial budget.
Blow up. Definition. To explode with anger. To explode. Example number 1. I got scared when Jeff blew up at me. Meaning, he got very angry and started screaming at me. Example number 2. When the chemical plant blew up, it was on fire for 2 days. Meaning, when the chemical plant exploded, it created a fire that lasted 2 days.
Did you hear about the argument between Mark and Lisa?
Yeah, it really blew up into a big fight.
I hope they can resolve their issues soon.
Me too. It's never good when things blow up like that.
Brush off. Definition. To rudely ignore someone or their ideas. Example number 1. I hate when someone brushes me off. Meaning, I hate when someone rudely ignores me. Example number 2. Please brush the dirt off of the steps. Meaning, please use a brush and remove the dirt from the steps.
Have you noticed how John always brushes off our suggestions?
Yeah, it's frustrating when he brushes off our ideas like that.
We should talk to him about it and see why he's brushing us off.
Agreed. It's important to address issues like this before they become bigger problems.
Bring out. Definition. To yield or amount to. Example number 1. Whenever I'm around Brad, he always brings out the best in me. Meaning, being around him always enables him to be in my happiest mood and to do my best work. Example number 2. Please bring the iced tea out to the patio. Meaning, please pick up the iced tea and take it out to the patio.
Did you see the new product launch?
Yes, they really know how to bring out the best features.
I agree. Their marketing team knows how to bring out the product's strengths.
It's impressive how they can bring out such a strong emotional response from customers.
Ask out. Definition. To invite on a date. Example number 1. I like Brett a lot, and I was so happy when he asked me out. Meaning, I was so happy when he asked me to go on a date with him. Example number 2. Jason asked Michelle out last year, and they're still dating. Meaning, he asked her to go out on a date a year ago, and they're still dating.
Have you finally decided to ask Sarah out on a date?
Yeah, I've been wanting to ask her out for a while now.
That's great. When are you planning to ask her out?
I'm thinking of asking her out this Friday.
Back up. Definition. To support what someone is saying. Example number 1. Don't worry if our boss questions you. I will back you up. Meaning, I'll support what you say. Example number 2. Please back up the information on a disk so we don't lose it. Meaning, please make sure it's supported in another location.
I truly believe our team's performance has improved because of the new project management tool.
I can back up Oliver's statement. Since we started using it, we've completed projects 20% faster.
Exactly, and not just that. Our team communication has also become more efficient.
I agree. It's clear that this tool has had a positive impact on our work. I'm glad to back up Oliver on this.
Bring on. Definition. To cause something to happen, often unpleasant. Example number 1. You brought on your problems by yourself by not being responsible. Meaning, since you weren't responsible, you created your own problems. Example number 2. We were tired of watching the clowns and yelled out for them to bring on the magician. Meaning, we yelled for them to bring the magician onto the stage.
I've noticed that staying up late working on the computer brings on my headaches.
That's not good. Maybe the screen time is straining your eyes too much.
Yeah, I think I need to limit my screen time at night. It's definitely bringing on unnecessary stress.
How about using blue light filters on your devices? That might help mitigate the issue.
Believe in. Definition. To have faith or trust in someone or something. Example number 1. I really believe in you. Meaning, I really have faith in you. Example number 2. I believed in you and you really disappointed me. Meaning, I trusted you and you weren't there for me.
Do you really believe in ghosts?
Not really, but I do believe in energy and that it can manifest in various forms.
Interesting perspective. I believe in the power of positive thinking. It's amazing how it can change your life.
Absolutely, I also believe in that. It's all about the mindset, after all.
Break off. Definition. To suddenly end something. Example number 1. John and Adam broke off their business relationship after only 6 months. Meaning, they ended their business relationship quickly. Example number 2. Martin made an agreement with me to use his office space, but he broke off the agreement in January. Meaning, he ended our agreement in January.
Did you hear about the negotiations between the company and the union?
Yes, I heard they broke off yesterday without any agreement. It was quite unexpected.
That's concerning. What caused them to break off the talks?
Apparently, there were significant disagreements on key issues. It seems like both sides are not ready to compromise.
Break down. Definition. To lose control of your emotions. Example number 1. When Steve told Julie he was leaving her, she really broke down. Meaning, she started crying uncontrollably. Example number 2. I told Nancy if she gets very upset not to break down in front of her boss. Meaning, I told her not to lose control of her emotions in front of her boss.
How did the meeting with the team go? I heard it was pretty intense.
It was overwhelming. When I started talking about the challenges we've been facing, I just broke down.
I'm sorry to hear that. It must have been tough to maintain composure.
Yes, but the team was really supportive. They understood how much pressure we've been under.
Burst into. Definition. To erupt in laughter, tears, applause, or flames. Example number 1. Mary burst into tears when she lost her job. Meaning, she suddenly started crying when she lost her job. Example number 2. The audience burst into applause after the wonderful performance. Meaning, they started clapping when the wonderful performance was over.
So I was at the comedy club last night, and the comedian told this joke that was so unexpected.
Oh, what happened?
Everyone just burst into laughter. It was so hilarious that even the people trying to keep a straight face couldn't hold back.
That sounds like a great time. Laughter like that is contagious.
Break up. Definition. To end an intimate relationship with someone. Example number 1. When my boyfriend broke up with me, I was devastated. Meaning, when my boyfriend ended our relationship, I was very upset. Example number 2. Kim broke up with Harry after their 10-year romance. Meaning, Kim ended her relationship with Harry after 10 years.
Hey, I heard about you and Chris. Is it true that you two decided to break up?
Yeah, it's true. We realized that our paths were heading in different directions and it was best to end things now.
I'm sorry to hear that. How are you holding up?
It's been tough, but I believe it was the right decision. We're still on good terms, thankfully.
Check on. Definition. To find out how or what someone is doing. Example number 1. Tim isn't feeling well. Can you please go check on him? Meaning, please go and see how Tim is feeling. Example number 2. I have to go check on the turkey I'm roasting and see if it's done. Meaning, I have to go look at the turkey to see if it's finished cooking.
Have you had a chance to check on Sarah? She seemed really under the weather yesterday.
Yes, I called her this morning. She's feeling a bit better, but decided to take a day off to rest.
That's good to hear. Maybe we should send her some flowers or a get-well-soon card.
I think she would really appreciate that. Let's do it.
Clear up. Definition. To help someone understand the facts of a situation. Example number 1. Martha is confused about the assignment, so I'm going to clear it up for her. Meaning, I'm going to help her understand what it's about. Example number 2. A lot of the students were confused after the lecture, but our professor cleared things up for us. Meaning, he explained things for us to make sure we understood them.
I'm really confused about the new project guidelines. There seem to be conflicting instructions.
Let me clear that up for you. The email from yesterday included an updated document that supersedes the previous one.
Oh, I must have missed that. That explains the confusion.
No worries, it happens. If you have any more questions, feel free to ask. I'm here to help clear up any doubts.
Catch up on. Definition. To do work one should have done earlier. Example number 1. I was away for 2 weeks, and I need to catch up on my work. Meaning, I need to get the work done that I missed while I was away. Example number 2. I can't go out to dinner with you because I have to catch up on some homework. Meaning, I can't go out tonight because I have to do some homework that is late.
I'm going to be in the office late tonight. I need to catch up on some reports.
That sounds like a lot of work. Have you been falling behind?
Yeah, the conference last week took up most of my time. Now I have to catch up on everything I missed.
Let me know if you need any help. Maybe I can help you catch up faster.
Come up with. Definition. To think of an idea or plan. Example number 1. Let's get together for lunch. I came up with a solution for your problem. Meaning, I thought of a plan to resolve your problem. Example number 2. Let's come up with some ideas for our vacation next summer. Meaning, let's think of some ideas for a nice vacation.
We need a new approach for our marketing campaign. The current one isn't resonating with our target audience.
What if we try something more interactive, like a social media challenge that encourages user participation?
That's a great idea. It could really engage our audience and generate buzz.
I'll come up with a detailed plan and present it to the team tomorrow.
Come down with. Definition. To become ill. Example number 1. Anne came down with the flu and was very sick. Meaning, she caught the flu. Example number 2. When our teacher came down with a serious illness, we had a substitute teacher. Meaning, when our teacher became very ill, we had a substitute teacher.
I haven't seen Mike at the office for a few days. Do you know what happened to him?
He came down with the flu last weekend and has been resting at home since then.
Oh no, that sounds serious. Has he been getting any better?
Yeah, he's slowly recovering. He said he's starting to feel a bit better and hopes to be back at work next week.
Clean up. Definition. To make someone or something become moral or responsible. Example number 1. If Donald doesn't clean up his act, I think Mary will leave him. Meaning, if he doesn't become more responsible, I think she'll leave him. Example number 2. Kathy's boss was tired of her behavior, so she finally cleaned up her act. Meaning, she started acting more responsible.
I heard the new CEO is making big changes to clean up the company's image.
Yes, she's implementing strict policies against corruption and emphasizing corporate responsibility.
It's about time. The scandals were really damaging our reputation.
Definitely. It's refreshing to see leadership taking steps to clean up and set a positive example.
Cut down on. Definition. To reduce the amount of something. Example number 1. My cholesterol was high, so my doctor told me to cut down on fatty foods. Meaning, my doctor told me to reduce the amount of fatty foods I was eating. Example number 2. If Bob doesn't cut down on his drinking, Julie is going to leave him. Meaning, if Bob doesn't reduce the amount of his drinking, she's going to leave him.
I've been thinking I need to cut down on my coffee intake. I'm up to 4 cups a day now.
That sounds like a good idea. Too much caffeine can really affect your sleep and anxiety levels.
Exactly. I plan to start by replacing one of those cups with herbal tea.
That's a smart move. Herbal tea can be very relaxing, and it's a great way to cut down on caffeine.
Come on to. Definition. To make clear that someone is interested in someone in a romantic way. Example number 1. It was so inappropriate when my boss came on to me at work. Meaning, it was very inappropriate when my boss made a sexual advance toward me in the office. Example number 2. When Susan was sitting at the bar, a drunk guy came on to her. Meaning, when she was sitting at the bar, a drunk guy made sexual advances towards her.
Did you notice how Derek was acting at the party last night?
Yeah, I think he was trying to come on to me. He kept asking if I'd like to go out sometime.
Really? Did you tell him you're not interested?
I did. I was polite but firm about it. He seemed to understand and backed off.
Calm down. Definition: to become relaxed after being nervous, upset, or excited. Example number 1. I was so upset and stressed after the car accident, and I really needed to calm down. Meaning, I needed to take some deep breaths and become relaxed after the accident. Example number 2. Joan was very upset when she lost her job, but I told her to calm down. Meaning, I told her to relax.
I can't believe I messed up my presentation today. I'm so embarrassed and upset.
It's okay, Ava. Everyone makes mistakes. Why don't you take a deep breath and try to calm down?
I've been trying, but it's hard. I feel like I let everyone down.
You haven't let anyone down, remember. Learning from this experience can help you grow. Let's focus on how you can improve for next time.
Bail out. Definition: to help someone out of a bad situation. Example number 1. When my friend got arrested for drunk driving, I went to the jail and bailed him out. Meaning, I went to the jail and put up the money to get him out of jail. Example number 2. I was late for the seminar I was giving, but my colleague bailed me out. Meaning, he started the seminar for me so it would start on time and I wouldn't have any problems.
I heard your brother got into some trouble with his business. Is everything okay?
Yeah, it was a tough spot. He was close to bankruptcy, but I decided to bail him out. We're working on a recovery plan now.
That's very generous of you. It must have been a difficult decision.
It was, but he's family. Plus, I believe in his business vision. Together, we'll get through this.
Buy into. Definition: to believe an idea, often a false one. Example number 1. I'm not buying into your idea that this is a good area. Meaning, I don't believe what you said about this being a good area because I know it's a bad area. Example number 2. Maria bought into Jeff's idea that they should live together, but they are very different and it was a mistake. Meaning, Maria believed Jeff's idea that they would be compatible, but they weren't.
I can't believe how many people are buying into that new diet trend without any scientific backing.
Yeah, it's surprising. Just because a celebrity endorses it doesn't mean it's actually effective.
Exactly. People should do their own research before buying into such claims.
Right. It's important to think critically and not just accept everything we hear.
Come up. Definition: to arise, to occur, to happen, to transpire. Example number 1. I'm sorry, but I can't make it to your show tonight. Something came up. Meaning, something happened that's preventing me from coming there. Example number 2. I'm never inviting Brad to another party because he always says he's coming. Then he says something has come up and he can't attend. Meaning, he always says something has occurred that's not enabling him to come.
I'm sorry I had to cancel our lunch plans last minute. Something urgent came up at work.
No problem, I understand. Things like that can come up unexpectedly. Is everything okay now?
Yes, thanks for asking. We managed to handle the situation, but it was quite stressful.
Glad to hear it's all sorted. Let's try to reschedule our lunch for some time next week.
Count on. Definition. To depend on or become certain of someone or something. Example number 1. You can always count on me to help you. Meaning, you can always depend on me to help you. Example number 2. I can never count on Victor because he's very unreliable. Meaning, I can't depend on him because he's unreliable.
I'm really nervous about this job interview. What if I mess it up?
You've prepared so much for this, Mia. You can count on your skills and experience to carry you through.
Thanks, Jake. It's just that the stakes are so high.
I understand, but remember, you can always count on me for support. Let's go over some interview questions together.
Bring into. Definition. To make someone become involved in a discussion. To cause someone or something to be in a particular situation. Example number 1. Please don't bring Joe into this conversation. It really has nothing to do with him. Meaning, please don't make Joe a part of this conversation. It's none of his business. Example number 2. You brought Karen into the group, so you should ask her to leave since she's not following the rules. Meaning, you got her involved in this group, so you should be the one to ask her to leave.
I think we should bring Sarah into this project discussion. She has a lot of experience with client relations.
That's a good idea. Her insights could really help us navigate through the client's demands.
Exactly. Also, bringing her into the discussion might give us a fresh perspective on our approach.
I'll reach out to her and see if she's available to join our next meeting.
Fight off. Definition. To try hard to repel something or keep something away. Example number 1. I feel like I'm catching a cold, so I'm going to take some vitamin C to fight it off. Meaning, I'm going to take some vitamin C to keep the cold away. Example number 2. A guy attacked my friend in the alley and he had to fight him off. Meaning, he had to push him away so the guy wouldn't harm him.
I've been feeling a bit under the weather lately. I'm trying to fight off this cold.
Make sure to get plenty of rest and stay hydrated. It will help you fight off the illness fast.
Thanks. I've been drinking a lot of water and trying to get extra sleep.
That's good to hear. Hopefully, you'll be able to fight off the cold soon.
Dump on. Definition. To tell someone all of your problems. Example number 1. Whenever I'm with Amanda, she always dumps on me. Meaning, she always tells me all of her problems. Example number 2. Brian told Arthur that if he dumps on him again, he's not going to listen. Meaning, he told Arthur that if he tells him all his problems again, he's not going to listen to him.
I've been feeling really overwhelmed lately. Can I dump on you for a bit?
Of course, feel free to dump on me. I'm here to listen.
Thanks. I just need someone to talk to about everything that's been going on.
I'm here for you. Let it all out.
Fill in. Definition. To tell someone about recent events that they're unaware of. Example number 1. I missed the meeting, so can you please fill me in on what happened? Meaning, please make me aware of what I missed by not being at the meeting. Example number 2. I took notes so I can fill you in on what you missed in class. Meaning, I took notes so I can make you aware of the material you missed.
I heard you've been out of town for the past week. Let me fill you in on what's been happening.
Oh, I appreciate that. I feel like I've missed out on a lot while I was away.
Well, there have been some changes in the office, and a few new projects have started.
Thanks for filling me in. I'll catch up on everything as soon as I can.
Dream up. Definition. To think of a plan or idea, especially an unusual one. Example number 1. Rich is always dreaming up the craziest schemes. Meaning, he's always thinking of the craziest schemes. Example number 2. You always dream up these useless plans. Meaning, you always think of these plans that aren't practical or useful.
We need to come up with a unique marketing strategy for our new product launch. Let's start dreaming up some innovative ideas.
Agreed. Let's think outside the box and dream up something that will really grab people's attention.
I've been dreaming up some unconventional approaches that could generate buzz in the industry.
That's exactly what we need. Let's gather everyone's ideas and see what we can dream up together.
Force on. Definition. To push on someone something they don't want. Example number 1. Charles is always trying to force his strange ideas on me. Meaning, he's always trying to push me into believing his strange ideas. Example number 2. A drunk guy was trying to force himself on Judy, and she called security. Meaning, a drunk guy was trying to push himself on her, so she called security to protect her.
The management is trying to force on us a new work schedule, but many of us are against it.
It's frustrating when decisions are forced on us without considering our input or concern.
Exactly. I wish they would listen to our feedback and collaborate with us to find a better solution.
Let's try to voice our concerns collectively, and hopefully they'll reconsider their decision.
Dwell on. Definition. To think or talk about something for too long, especially something unpleasant. Example number 1. Ron is always dwelling on the past. Meaning, he always talks about the past for too long. Example number 2. If you keep dwelling on all of those negative things, people aren't going to want to listen to you anymore. Meaning, if you keep talking about all those negative things, people won't want to listen to you anymore.
I can't stop dwelling on that mistake I made during the presentation. It's been bothering me all day.
I understand how you feel, but dwelling on it won't change what happened. It's important to learn from it and move on.
You're right. I need to focus on finding a solution rather than dwelling on the problem.
Exactly. Let's brainstorm some ideas together and figure out how to move forward.
Dish out. Definition. To give freely. Example number 1. Janet dished out the ice cream to all of the kids. Meaning, she put a serving of ice cream in each child's bowl. Example number 2. I don't like the way my boss is always dishing out criticism. Meaning, I don't like the way he frequently criticizes his employees.
I'm really grateful to Tom. He always dishes out valuable advice whenever I need it.
That's great to hear. It's wonderful to have someone who's willing to dish out support.
Absolutely. I don't know what I'd do without his willingness to dish out his time and expertise.
It's a testament to his generosity and kindness.
Force out of. Definition. To make someone tell you something they don't want to tell you. Example number 1. The boy was afraid to admit that he broke the vase, but his father forced it out of him. Meaning, his father convinced him to admit what he did. Example number 2. My coworker wouldn't admit that he played a prank on our boss, but when our boss got very angry, we forced it out of him. Meaning, we made him admit what he did to our boss.
I couldn't believe it when they forced the truth out of Mark about the project delays.
Wow, they must have really pressured him to get him to talk.
Yeah, they didn't give him much choice. It's concerning how far they're willing to go to uncover the truth.
Absolutely. It's important to respect people's boundaries and not force information out of them.
End in. Definition. To result in. Example number 1. Our vacation ended in disaster. Meaning, our vacation resulted in a disaster when the hurricane hit. Example number 2. Ken's race didn't end in a good way because he fell and broke his ankle. Meaning, his race didn't have a good result because he fell and broke his ankle.
Did you hear about the argument between Tom and Sarah? It ended in tears.
Oh no, I hope they can work things out and resolve their differences.
Me too, but things seem pretty tense between them right now.
Hopefully, it won't end in a permanent rift between them.
Face up to. Definition. To accept or acknowledge an unpleasant fact or situation. Example number 1. Patrick couldn't face up to the fact that his daughter was failing out of school. Meaning, he couldn't accept the fact that his daughter wouldn't be able to graduate. Example number 2. Nancy couldn't face up to the fact that her company was closing her department. Meaning, she couldn't accept the news that her department was closing and soon she'd have no job.
I've been avoiding dealing with my financial situation, but I know I need to face up to it.
It's never easy to confront difficult realities, but facing up to them is the first step toward finding solutions.
I agree. I've been putting it off for too long, and it's time to take action.
You've got this. I'll be here to support you every step of the way.
End up. Definition. To come to be in a particular situation without planning it. Example number 1. We ended up getting lost on our way to the mountains. Meaning, we accidentally got lost on our way to the mountains. Example number 2. Raymond ended up getting a promotion when his boss retired. Meaning, his company offered him a promotion after his boss left the company.
I never thought I'd end up living in a big city, but here I am.
Life has a funny way of leading us down unexpected paths.
Yeah, I guess you never know where you'll end up.
As long as you're happy with where you end up, that's all that matters.
Figure out. Definition. To think about something until you understand it. Example number 1. I couldn't figure out the answer to the question. Meaning, I kept thinking about it and trying to get the correct answer, but I couldn't think of it. Example number 2. You have to figure out how to put the cabinet together. Meaning, you have to work on it until you know how to put it together.
I've been trying to figure out how to use this new software, but it's pretty complicated.
Don't worry. I'm sure with some time and practice, you'll figure it out.
I hope so. It's frustrating not being able to figure it out right away.
Yeah, learning something new can be challenging, but I know you'll figure it out eventually.
Feel up to. Definition. To feel capable or well enough to do something. Example number 1. Jane doesn't feel up to coming to the party. Meaning, she doesn't feel well enough to come to the party. Example number 2. Do you feel up to running the marathon next week? Meaning, do you feel that you're capable of running the marathon?
Are you feeling up to going out for dinner tonight?
I'm not sure. I'm feeling a bit tired after work.
No worries, we can always order in if you're not up to it.
That sounds like a plan. Let's stay in and relax tonight.
Fill in for. Definition. To do someone's work for them. Example number 1. Kevin filled in for me while I was out sick. Meaning, he did my work for me when I was out sick. Example number 2. When the dancer broke her leg, her understudy had to fill in for her. Meaning, when she broke her leg, her understudy took her place in the show. Finish up. Definition. To complete a task. Example number 1. The teacher told the students to finish up the project. Meaning, she told the students to complete their work on the project. Example number 2. When they finished up the renovation, they had to clean the entire place. Meaning, when they completed the renovation, they had to clean the whole place.
I just need to finish up this report, and then I'll be ready for the presentation.
Take your time, but let me know if you need any help finishing up.
Thanks, I'll let you know if I get stuck. I just have a few more sections to finish up.
No problem. I'm here to help. We'll make sure to finish up before the deadline.
Go on. Definition. To happen or take place. Example number 1. What's going on here? Meaning, what's happening here? Example number 2. The teacher saw all the students huddled around one girl in the playground, and he asked, "What's going on here?" Meaning, he wanted to know what was happening there.
I just received a notification about a sudden meeting. Do you know what's going on?
I'm not sure, but let's go on and find out.
Good idea. Let's go on and see what's happening in the conference room.
Absolutely. I'm curious to see what's going on too.
Get in. Definition. To arrive. Example number 1. Did you get in early last night? Meaning, did you arrive at home early last night? Example number 2. What time did you get in from work on Monday? Meaning, what time did you arrive home from work on Monday?
I just got a text from Tom. He said he's about to get in.
Great. We've been waiting for him. Let's go and meet him at the entrance.
Sounds good. I wonder what time he'll actually get in.
Knowing Tom, he'll probably get in right on time.
Find out. Definition. To discover or obtain information. Example number 1. Did you find out what time the flight arrives? Meaning, did you get the information on the time the flight arrives? Example number 2. Can you find out when the show opens? Meaning, can you get the information about the opening of the show?
I heard there's a new restaurant in town. Let's go and find out what it's like.
That sounds like a plan. I've been curious to find out what kind of cuisine they offer.
Let's make a reservation and find out if it lives up to the hype.
Agreed. I can't wait to find out if it's worth all the buzz.
Freak out. Definition. To become suddenly upset, angry, or extremely surprised about something. Example number 1. Mary freaked out when she saw a snake in her backyard. Meaning, she got very upset when she saw the snake in her backyard. Example number 2. Adam freaked out when he found out that he failed his exam. Meaning, he got very upset when he got the news that he failed the exam.
I just found out that I lost my wallet with all my cards and cash inside. I'm starting to freak out.
Oh no, that's terrible. Let's retrace your steps and see if we can find it.
But what if someone stole it? I have all my IDs in there.
Let's not freak out just yet. We'll report it to the authorities and cancel your cards.
Get into. Definition. To negatively affect someone's behavior. To affect, influence, or take control of someone. Example number 1. I don't know what got into him. Meaning, I don't know what's making him behave that way. Example number 2. Lately, Sally's been saying that she has given up on life. I don't know what's gotten into her. Meaning, I don't understand what's affecting her thoughts and making her talk this way.
Ever since he started hanging out with those troublemakers, he's been getting into a lot of fights.
It's concerning how easily he's been getting into trouble lately.
I think he needs to find some better friends who won't get him into trouble.
Agreed. We should talk to him and try to help him get into a better crowd.
Get off someone's back. Definition. To make someone stop annoying or bothering someone. Example number 1. I told my supervisor to get off my back because I was working as fast as I could. Meaning, I told him to stop trying to rush me because I was working as quickly as I could. Example number 2. Bob told his wife to get off his back about mowing the lawn because he was too busy to do it. Meaning, he told his wife to stop annoying him about mowing the lawn because he didn't have time to do it.
My little brother keeps teasing me while I'm trying to study. I wish someone would get him off my back.
I'll talk to him and try to get him off your back so you can focus.
Thanks, it's really distracting having him constantly bothering me.
No problem. I'll make sure he gives you some space to study.
Give in. Definition. To surrender or yield. Example number 1. The army gave in to the enemy when they lost too many soldiers to be able to fight the war. Meaning, the army surrendered when they realized there was no way they could win the war. Example number 2. I wanted to see a movie, but all of my friends wanted to go bowling, so I just gave in and went with them. Meaning, I yielded to their wishes and did the activity they wanted to do.
I've been on a strict diet, but I couldn't resist the temptation of that delicious cake. I finally gave in and had a slice.
Don't worry. Everyone has moments where they give in to cravings. Just get back on track tomorrow.
I know, but I feel like I've let myself down.
It's just a minor setback. Remember to forgive yourself and keep moving forward.
Gang up on. Definition. To join or work with others against someone. Example number 1. The boys in the playground ganged up on the new student and started a fight with him. Meaning, the boys joined together and started a fight with the new student. Example number 2. My colleagues didn't believe in my perspective on the project, and they all ganged up on me at the meeting. Meaning, they all joined together to show their disapproval of my idea.
I can't believe they all ganged up on me during the meeting, constantly criticizing my ideas.
That sounds frustrating. It's unfair for everyone to gang up on you like that.
I felt really outnumbered and couldn't defend myself properly.
Next time, let's make sure to address any issues privately before they gang up on anyone again.
Go into. Definition. To explain or discuss something in detail. Example number 1. I don't need you to go into a long explanation about what happened. Meaning, I don't need you to explain in detail what occurred. Example number 2. Whenever I ask you a simple question, you always go into a long story about the topic. Meaning, when I ask you something simple, you always discuss many details about the subject and make it complicated.
During the presentation, I want to go into the specifics of our marketing strategy for the upcoming campaign.
That sounds like a good plan. We need to make sure everyone understands the details.
Exactly. I'll go into the budget breakdown and target audience demographics as well.
Great. That will provide a comprehensive understanding of our strategy.
Get on with. Definition. To continue or advance, often after an interruption. Example number 1. After the fire drill, the teacher got on with her lesson. Meaning, when the fire drill was over, the teacher resumed her lesson. Example number 2. We stopped the seminar for a lunch break, then we got on with the presentation. Meaning, we continued the seminar after our lunch break.
We've spent too much time discussing this minor issue.
You're right, Emily. How about we get on with the main agenda now?
That sounds like a plan, Mike. Let's focus on the upcoming project.
Agreed. We need to finalize our strategy today.
Give up. Definition. To stop doing, having, or working on something. Example number 1. We gave up on the project because it didn't seem to be worth the effort. Meaning, we stopped working on the project because it wasn't worthwhile. Example number 2. I gave up trying to convince Vincent to stop smoking because no matter what I said, he just kept smoking. Meaning, I stopped trying to convince Vincent to stop smoking because it was a waste of time and I knew he wouldn't stop.
I've been trying to fix this old computer for hours, but I think I'm ready to give up.
Don't be too hard on yourself. Sometimes it's okay to give up and seek help from a professional.
I just feel so frustrated. I thought I could figure it out on my own.
It's understandable, but knowing when to give up and ask for assistance is a sign of maturity.
Go off. Definition. To leave, often suddenly. Example number 1. After our argument, Jay went off and slammed the door behind him. Meaning, he left suddenly. Example number 2. The boy's mother told him not to go off on his own while he was hiking with the group. Meaning, she told him not to leave the group when they were hiking in the forest.
Did you see how Jake decided to just go off in the middle of our game last night?
Yeah, he just stood up, said he was tired, and left. It was so sudden.
I was surprised. Usually he stays till the end, no matter how late it gets.
Me too. But he looked really stressed. Maybe he needed some alone time.
Foul up. Definition: to make a mistake or spoil something. Example number 1. Mike fouled up on the project and his boss fired him. Meaning, he made a big mistake while working on the project and he got fired. Example number 2. When Nancy fouls up, she always apologizes sincerely. Meaning, whenever she makes a mistake, she always apologizes.
I can't believe I managed to foul up the presentation dates.
What happened?
I got the dates mixed up and scheduled it for next week instead of this week.
That's a serious foul-up. Do you think you can reschedule it for the correct date?
Fix up. Definition: to arrange for two people to meet, usually for a date. Example number 1. I fixed Nancy up with Fred and they've been dating for 2 years. Meaning, I arranged for them to meet and go on a date and they're happy and still dating each other. Example number 2. My friend wants to fix me up with her neighbor. Meaning, she wants to introduce me to her neighbor so we can go out on a date.
I've been thinking of fixing you up with my cousin. You both have so much in common.
Really? I'm intrigued. What's your cousin like?
She's really into hiking, photography, and is a huge foodie, just like you. I think you two would hit it off.
That sounds great. I'd love to meet her. Thanks for thinking of fixing us up.
Grow up. Definition: to stop acting immaturely. Example number 1. I'm tired of John's childish behavior and I told him to grow up. Meaning, I told him to stop acting immaturely. Example number 2. Even though Jenny is 50 years old, I don't think she'll ever grow up. Meaning, I don't think she'll ever behave maturely.
I can't believe you pranked the teacher again. It's not funny anymore.
Come on, it was just a joke. Everyone laughed.
You need to grow up and start taking things more seriously. We're not kids anymore.
Maybe you're right. I should think about how my actions affect others.
Get out of. Definition: to obtain something beneficial from someone or something. Example number 1. The seminar was a waste of time because I really didn't get anything out of it. Meaning, I didn't learn anything from the seminar. Example number 2. Did you get anything out of the meditation class you took? Meaning, did the meditation class benefit you in any way?
I want to get out of this class something useful for my job.
What do you hope to learn exactly?
I hope to get out of it skills in communication and teamwork.
That sounds like a great goal. Active participation might help.
Hang in. Definition: to persevere despite difficulties. Example number 1. Tony lost his job, but I told him to hang in there because he'd probably find a new one soon. Meaning, I told him to try to keep the faith and to persevere. Example number 2. My friend has some health problems, but I told her to hang in there. Meaning, I told her to stay strong and not lose hope of recovering.
This math homework is really hard. I want to give up.
Hang in there. Let's try to figure it out together.
Okay, I will hang in. Maybe with your help, I can understand it better.
That's the spirit. We can solve it step by step.
Iron out. Definition: to solve a problem or difficulty. Example number 1. I think it's a good idea to iron out your differences right after an argument. Meaning, I think it's good to make up after an argument and put your differences behind you. Example number 2. Mary and Richard have a successful marriage because they're always able to iron out their differences. Meaning, their marriage is happy because they always get together and work out their problems.
We have some issues with our project plan.
Let's sit down together and iron out the problems.
Good idea, we need to iron out the schedule first.
Yes, once we iron out the details, everything should run smoothly.
Hold down. Definition: to be able to keep a job. Example number 1. James is never able to hold down a job. Meaning, he can never keep a job and always goes from one job to the next. Example number 2. I broke up with my boyfriend because he couldn't hold down a job. Meaning, I didn't want to be involved with him anymore because he could never keep a job and was always unemployed.
Mike has been really stable lately.
Yes, he's managed to hold down a job for over a year now.
That's great. Holding down a job has really helped him.
Definitely, it's good to see him doing well.
Hit it off. Definition: to get along well with someone one has just met. Example number 1. I went on a blind date with Jason last week and we really hit it off. Meaning, we got along very well right away. Example number 2. I introduced my cousin to my friend and they really hit it off. Meaning, they really got along well from the moment they met.
How was your meeting with the new team member?
We hit it off right away. She's very friendly and we share a lot of interests.
That's great to hear. It's nice when you hit it off with someone at work.
Yes, it makes working together much easier and more enjoyable.
Hold on. Definition: to wait for a brief period. Example number 1. Please hold on for a moment. I have to answer the door. Meaning, please wait a moment and I'll be right back. Example number 2. Please hold on a moment. I'm getting another call. Meaning, please wait a moment while I answer this other call.
Can I ask you a question about the report?
Sure, just hold on a second while I finish this email.
Okay, I'll hold on.
Thanks for waiting. Now, what's your question?
Knock it off. Definition: to stop an annoying behavior. Example number 1. Knock it off. You're really annoying me. Meaning, please stop that annoying behavior. You're really bothering me. Example number 2. The teacher told the screaming children to knock it off or they'd get punished. Meaning, the teacher told the kids to stop their annoying behavior or she'd punish them.
Why are you tapping your pen on the table? It's distracting.
Oh, I didn't realize it was bothering you. Sorry.
Please, knock it off. I'm trying to concentrate.
All right, I'll stop. Sorry for annoying you.
Hear out. Definition: to listen to someone until they're finished speaking. Example number 1. Please stop interrupting me and hear me out. Meaning, please listen and let me finish what I'm trying to say. Example number 2. If you hear me out, you'll understand what I'm trying to explain to you. Meaning, if you stop interrupting me and listen to what I'm saying, you'll understand what I mean.
Can I explain why I was late today?
I'm upset, but I'll hear you out. Go ahead.
Thank you for hearing me out. There was a lot of traffic, and then I missed the bus.
I understand now. Thanks for explaining.
Hold up. Definition: to delay someone or something. Example number 1. There was a hold up on the project and it won't resume until next month. Meaning, there's a delay on the project and we can't start working on it again until next month. Example number 2. What's the hold up here? Meaning, what's causing the delay on the road?
Why haven't we started the meeting yet?
We're waiting for the manager. She's held up in traffic.
Oh, I see. How long will she be held up?
She texted she'll be here in 15 minutes. Sorry for the hold up.
Keep up. Definition: to move or progress at the same rate as someone or something else. Example number 1. We had to slow down while hiking so Alan could keep up with us. Meaning, we had to slow down so Alan could stay at the same pace as us. Example number 2. Tim has such a busy lifestyle that I can't keep up with him. Meaning, he's always so busy I can't maintain the same pace as him.
You're walking too fast. I can't keep up with you.
Sorry, I didn't realize. I'll slow down so you can keep up.
Thanks. I want to keep up so we can walk together.
Of course, let's walk at a pace that's good for both of us.
Hang up. Definition: to end a phone call. Example number 1. I'm sorry, I have to hang up now. I have to leave for work. Meaning, I have to end the call now because I have to go to work. Example number 2. If you hang up without saying goodbye to someone, I think it's rude. Meaning, I think it's rude to end a phone call abruptly without saying goodbye to someone.
Thanks for the information. I think we covered everything we needed to discuss.
Yes, we did. I'll send you the documents by email later.
Great, I'll look out for them. I guess we can hang up now.
Okay, talk to you later. Goodbye.
Kiss up to. Definition: to try to please someone so they'll do something for you. Example number 1. When my friend started kissing up to me, I knew he wanted something. Meaning, when he started being overly nice to me, I knew it was because he wanted a favor. Example number 2. Adam always kisses up to me to get what he wants. Meaning, he always does nice things for me for no reason, but that usually means that he wants something from me.
Why are you being so nice to the boss today?
I need a day off next week, so I'm trying to kiss up to her a bit.
Do you think that will work?
I hope so. Maybe if I'm helpful, she'll be more likely to say yes.
Lash out. Definition: to verbally attack someone. Example number 1. I don't like Alice because she's lashed out at me many times. Meaning, I don't like her because she has verbally attacked me many times. Example number 2. Our boss can't control his temper and is always lashing out at someone. Meaning, he's always verbally attacking someone.
Why did you yell at me earlier?
I'm sorry for lashing out at you. I was just really stressed and took it out on you.
I understand you're stressed, but please don't lash out at me next time.
You're right. I'll try to manage my stress better. Sorry again.
Laugh off. Definition: to ignore or joke about something bothersome. Example number 1. Daniel found Jennifer's comment very insulting, but I just laughed it off. Meaning, I ignored her ignorant comments. Example number 2. Robert always laughs off his coworker's critique of his work. Meaning, he ignores the comments his coworkers make about his work.
I heard you got some negative feedback on your presentation. Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine. I just laughed it off. Not everyone will like my work, and that's okay.
That's a good way to handle it. Laughing it off can make things easier.
Exactly. No point in getting upset over a few critical comments.
Have it out with. Definition: to angrily confront someone. Example number 1. If Brad yells at me over something silly one more time, I'm going to have it out with him. Meaning, if he yells at me again, I'm going to confront him about it. Example number 2. Janet had it out with Sandra when she saw her flirting with her boyfriend. Meaning, Janet angrily confronted Sandra because she was flirting with her boyfriend.
Did you hear the loud argument in the office yesterday?
Yes, I had to have it out with John about the project delays. Things got a bit heated.
Is everything okay now?
Yes, we cleared the air. It's better to have it out and resolve the issue than to let it fester.
Hang out. Definition: to spend time somewhere or with someone. Example number 1. I love hanging out with Brian. Meaning, I really enjoy spending time with Brian. Example number 2. Mark and I love hanging out at the beach. Meaning, we always enjoy spending time at the beach.
Do you want to hang out at the mall this weekend?
Sure, I love hanging out there. There's so much to see and do.
Great. We can check out some new stores and maybe see a movie.
That sounds fun. I always enjoy hanging out with you.
Hold off. Definition: to postpone. Example number 1. We had to hold off on the renovations of the house because we ran out of money. Meaning, we had to postpone the renovations because we didn't have enough money. Example number 2. John and I had to hold off on our vacation because we couldn't get time off from work. Meaning, we had to postpone our vacation because we couldn't get the time off from work.
Should we start the project now?
Let's hold off until next week. We're waiting for more information.
Okay, that makes sense. We don't want to start without all the details.
Exactly. It's better to hold off and have everything we need.
Keep out of. Definition: to not become involved in a troublesome situation. Example number 1. My in-laws were arguing, but I kept out of it. Meaning, I didn't get involved in their argument. Example number 2. My coworkers were criticizing each other's work on the project, but I just kept out of it. Meaning, I stayed away and didn't get involved in their argument.
There's a lot of drama happening in the team. What should we do?
We should keep out of it and focus on our work. It's not our issue to solve.
Good idea. It's better to stay away and not get involved.
Exactly, let's just keep out of the trouble and do our best with our tasks.
Heat up. Definition: to become more intense. Example number 1. When I saw that the discussion between my boss and my supervisor was heating up, I walked away. Meaning, when I noticed that their conversation was getting very intense, I left. Example number 2. Whenever conversations tend to heat up in our house, my husband always leaves. Meaning, when things become intense, he walks out.
The competition between the two teams is really heating up.
Yes, every game is getting more intense. Fans are getting very excited.
I noticed that. The last match was so close.
Definitely. It's going to heat up even more as we approach the finals.
Kick out. Definition: to force to leave. Example number 1. The rude student was kicked out of class for his inappropriate behavior. Meaning, because of his rude behavior, the teacher forced the student to leave the classroom. Example number 2. The man started screaming while at the conference, and the security guard kicked him out. Meaning, the security guard forced him to leave because of his disruptive behavior.
Did you hear about the disruption in the library yesterday?
Yes, someone was playing loud music and they got kicked out.
Really? I can't believe someone would do that.
It was quite a scene. The library staff had to kick them out to keep the peace.
Lay off. Definition: to stop employing someone. Example number 1. I got laid off from my job last week. Meaning, my company ended my employment last week. Example number 2. Due to the bad economy, my husband's company had many layoffs. Meaning, his company ended the employment of many people due to the bad economy.
Did you hear about the layoffs at the factory?
Yes, I did. Many people were laid off due to budget cuts.
That's tough. Losing your job like that must be hard.
It is. Those who are laid off are now looking for new work.
Look up to. Definition: to admire or respect someone. Example number 1. I really look up to my teacher. Meaning, I really respect my teacher. Example number 2. Many people look up to their favorite celebrity. Meaning, many people admire and respect their favorite celebrity.
I always look up to my teacher. She's so knowledgeable and kind.
That's nice. What do you admire most about her?
She's always patient and helps everyone. I want to be like her.
It's great to have someone to look up to. It can inspire us to be better.
Let up. Definition: to decrease, cease, or stop. Example number 1. It looks like the rain is letting up. Meaning, it looks like the rain is stopping. Example number 2. Ever since I came home, John has been yelling at me and he's not letting up. Meaning, he's been yelling at me since I got home and he won't stop.
This rain has been so heavy all day. Do you think it will let up soon?
The weather report said it should let up by the evening.
I hope so. I need to walk my dog, and he hates getting wet.
Let's wait a bit. Maybe it will let up enough for a quick walk.
Live up to. Definition. To do as well as expected. Example number 1. This moisturizing cream doesn't live up to my expectations because I've been using it for a month and my skin is still dry. Meaning, the cream isn't as good as I expected it to be. Example number 2. Brad didn't live up to his parents' expectations when he failed out of school. Meaning, he didn't do as well as his parents expected him to.
Are you nervous about your presentation?
A bit. I want to live up to my boss's expectations.
I'm sure you will. You've prepared a lot.
Thanks, I hope I can live up to the hype and deliver a good talk.
Lead up to. Definition. To move toward an important event or decision. Example number 1. What were the problems you had that led up to your divorce? Meaning, what was the cause of your divorce? Example number 2. During the 4 weeks leading up to Christmas, our store got busier and busier. Meaning, during the 4 weeks before Christmas, our store's business increased every week.
The team has been really busy lately. What's going on?
We're leading up to the product launch. There's a lot to do.
That sounds exciting but stressful.
It is, but all this hard work will lead up to a great event, we hope.
Make up. Definition. To invent a story or excuse, often to mislead someone. Example number 1. The child made up a story that he took a trip through outer space. Meaning, he invented a story that he took a trip through outer space. Example number 2. 2 men made up a story that they were going into the apartment building to fix a plumbing problem and they robbed the building. Meaning, they made up an excuse that they were there to fix something and then they robbed the building.
Did you really miss the meeting because of traffic?
Well, to be honest, I made up that excuse. I actually overslept.
I appreciate your honesty. It's better not to make up stories.
You're right. I'll be more responsible next time.
Look into. Definition. To try to find out the truth about a problem. Example number 1. My account balance was incorrect, so the supervisor said she'd look into it. Meaning, she said she'd review my account to see what the problem was. Example number 2. We need to look into the reason that water is coming into the basement. Meaning, we need to try to find out why the water is coming into the basement.
There's a rumor that our favorite store is closing. Is it true?
I'm not sure, but I'll look into it. We need to know the facts.
Thanks. It would be sad if it closed.
I agree. I'll find out what's happening and let you know.
Look down on. Definition. To think one is better than another. Example number 1. I don't like Sarah because she always looks down on other people. Meaning, she always thinks she is better than the people around her. Example number 2. Brad isn't respected by his coworkers because he always looks down on them. Meaning, he always thinks and acts like he is better than them.
Why doesn't John ever join us for lunch?
I think he looks down on us because we're new to the company.
That's not fair. We all work in the same team.
I agree. No one should look down on others. We should try to include everyone.
Lose out. Definition. To not get something someone wants. Example number 1. I lost out on the free cruise because I didn't win the contest. Meaning, I didn't win the cruise that I wanted to get. Example number 2. Bill lost out on the opportunity to date Samantha because by the time he asked her out on a date, she already had a boyfriend. Meaning, he missed the opportunity to date her because by the time he asked her out, she already had a boyfriend.
Did you manage to buy tickets for the concert?
No, they sold out quickly, and I lost out.
That's disappointing. It was a one-time opportunity.
Yes, I waited too long to decide. Next time, I won't lose out.
Let down. Definition. To disappoint someone. Example number 1. Nick let me down when he refused to go to the dance with me. Meaning, he disappointed me by not taking me to the dance. Example number 2. Our vacation was a real letdown because it rained the whole time we were there. Meaning, our vacation was a big disappointment because it rained the whole time.
I heard you were upset with Alex. What happened?
He promised to help me with the project, but he didn't show up. He really let me down.
That must have been frustrating.
Yes, it was. I'm hoping he won't let me down again in the future.
Look out for. Definition. To protect someone's best interests. Example number 1. When I was little, my big brother always looked out for me. Meaning, my big brother always protected me. Example number 2. My friend was a senior when I arrived at college, and she always looked out for me. Meaning, she showed me around and protected me.
You always give me good advice. Why do you help me so much?
I like to look out for my friends. I want the best for you.
Thank you. It means a lot to have someone looking out for me.
Of course, we should always look out for each other.
Mess up. Definition. To make a mistake or do something badly. Example number 1. When Victor messed up at work 5 times in a row, his boss fired him. Meaning, when he consistently made mistakes, his boss fired him. Example number 2. Whenever I mess up, I always try to correct my mistakes. Meaning, when I do a bad job, I always try to correct what I've done wrong.
I'm worried I'll mess up in the presentation tomorrow.
Everyone makes mistakes. Just practice and do your best.
What if I mess up and everyone notices?
If you do mess up, just stay calm and keep going. People understand that nobody's perfect.
Live down. Definition. To overcome the shame of a misdeed or mistake. Example number 1. When I messed up the project, my coworker told me our boss would never let me live it down. Meaning, he would keep reminding me of the mistake I made. Example number 2. Rachel's husband never let her live down the fact that she lost $10,000 in the casino. Meaning, he always reminded her of the bad judgment she had to gamble away a large amount of money.
I can't believe I tripped in front of everyone during the meeting.
Don't worry, it might take a little time, but you'll live it down. Everyone forgets these things eventually.
It was so embarrassing. I hope I can live it down soon.
You will. Just keep being your usual professional self, and people will move on.
Live off. Definition: to depend on someone or something for money or food. Example number 1. Charlie is 35 years old and still lives off of his parents. Meaning, his parents still give him money to pay his bills. Example number 2. My friend is upset that her daughter is 30 and still lives off of her. Meaning, she's upset that her daughter is 30 and she can't support herself.
How does Mark manage his expenses without a job?
He's living off his savings right now. He's also doing some freelance work.
That must be tough, to live off savings for so long.
Yes, he's looking for a full-time job to stop relying on that.
Make up. Definition: to forgive, to apologize to someone and be friends again after an argument. Example number 1. I often fight with my sister, but we always make up. Meaning, we always forgive each other after the fight. Example number 2. Ryan and Kathy had a big fight, but they made up right away. Meaning, they forgave each other right away, right after the fight.
Are you still mad at Sarah for what happened?
No, we talked yesterday and made up. I realized it was a silly thing to stay angry about.
I'm glad to hear that. It's important to make up and move on.
Definitely. Holding on to grudges isn't healthy. It's better to apologize and be friends again.
Make up for. Definition: to take the place of something that has been lost or damaged. Example number 1. Nothing can make up for the loss of a child. Meaning, nothing can take the place of your child. Example number 2. Tony bought Amanda some flowers to make up for being late. Meaning, he gave her flowers so she wouldn't be too upset about the fact that he was late.
I heard you lost some important files when your computer crashed.
Yes, but I'm working extra hours to make up for it. I need to redo the lost work.
That sounds tough. Can I help in any way?
Thanks for offering. Just having support helps me make up for the lost time.
Make out. Definition: to succeed or not as a result of effort. Example number 1. How did you make out on your test? Meaning, did you get a good grade on your test? Example number 2. William's team played in a championship game, and I'm wondering how they made out. Meaning, I'm wondering if they won the game.
Did you make out okay with the project deadline?
Yes, we managed to finish on time. It took a lot of late nights, but we made out well in the end.
I'm glad to hear that. Hard work really pays off.
It does. Even though it was tough, our efforts helped us succeed.
Measure up. Definition: to be good enough or to meet someone's expectations or standards. Example number 1. Ellen's parents told her that she didn't measure up in their view. Meaning, they told her that she didn't meet their expectations of her. Example number 2. Tim knew he measured up to his parents' expectations when he graduated medical school with honors. Meaning, he knew his parents were very proud of him and he met their expectations when he did so well in medical school.
Do you think your work will measure up to the boss's high standards?
I'm a bit nervous, but I've put in a lot of effort. I hope it measures up.
Your work is usually excellent. I'm sure it will measure up just fine.
Thanks for the encouragement. I really want to meet the expectations.
Point out. Definition. To inform someone of something they didn't know. Example number 1. I thought the used car I was buying was good until my mechanic pointed out that the engine had a leak. Meaning, he informed me that the engine had a leak that I wasn't aware of. Example number 2. The new student came to school wearing shorts, but the teacher pointed out that that wasn't acceptable. Meaning, the teacher told her that wearing shorts was not part of the dress code and is forbidden.
Did you know that there's a spelling mistake in your report?
Really? I didn't notice. Can you point it out?
Sure, it's on page 3 in the second paragraph.
Thanks for pointing it out. I'll correct it right away.
Phase out. Definition. To gradually stop using or providing something. Example number 1. Fax machines are being phased out by computers. Meaning, fax machines aren't needed much anymore because computers are replacing them. Example number 2. The toll collectors' jobs are being phased out by the electronic toll machines. Meaning, toll collectors are losing their jobs because the electronic machines are taking their place.
I heard our company is phasing out the old software. Is that true?
Yes, we're planning to phase it out over the next 6 months and replace it with a new system.
Will there be training for the new software?
Definitely. We'll have training sessions to ensure everyone is comfortable before the old system is completely phased out.
Move on. Definition. To leave a job or situation. Example number 1. When I was 18, I decided it was time to move on. Meaning, I decided it was time to leave the small town I lived in and move into the city. Example number 2. Greg was tired of dating Sheila, and he told her he had to move on. Meaning, he told her that the relationship was no longer good for him and he had to end it.
Did you hear that Emily is leaving the company?
Really? I didn't know she was planning to move on.
Yes, she found a new opportunity and decided it was time to move on to something different.
Good for her. It's important to find the right path for yourself.
Pick up on. Definition. To notice or understand something subtle. Example number 1. Did you pick up on the fact that Tammy was wearing her shirt inside out? Meaning, did you notice she was wearing her shirt inside out? Example number 2. I picked up on the way Charles criticized his wife. Meaning, I noticed the subtle way in which Charles criticized his wife.
Did you notice how quiet John has been in the meetings lately?
Yes, I picked up on that. Do you think something's wrong?
I'm not sure, but maybe we should ask if he needs any help.
Good idea. It's important to pick up on these changes and offer support.
Piss off. Definition: to anger. Example number 1. Ted's rude behavior really pissed me off. Meaning, his rude behavior made me very angry. Example number 2. Debbie told me not to piss off our new coworker because he had a bad temper. Meaning, she told me not to do anything to make him angry because he has a bad temper.
You seem upset. Did something happen?
Yeah, I got really pissed off at work today. Someone took credit for my idea.
That's not fair. I can see why that would piss you off.
It's frustrating, but I'll talk to my manager about it tomorrow.
Pin down. Definition: to make someone commit to or be clear about something. Example number 1. If you don't pin Mary down to a date for the party, she'll never start planning it. Meaning, if you don't make her commit to a date, she'll procrastinate and she'll never start planning it. Example number 2. If you want to find out when the construction is starting, you have to pin Mike down. Meaning, you have to talk to him and make him commit to a start date.
Have you been able to schedule the meeting with the marketing team?
I'm trying, but it's hard to pin them down for a date and time. They're always so busy.
Maybe you can send a few options and ask them to choose one.
Good idea. I'll try that. It should help pin down the best time for everyone.
Pass up. Definition: to not take advantage of an opportunity or an offer. Example number 1. Even though the new job offer I got was much farther away, I couldn't pass it up because the salary was higher. Meaning, even though it was farther away, I wanted to take advantage of the offer because of the higher salary. Example number 2. When it was time for dessert, I couldn't pass up the cheesecake, even though I was on a diet. Meaning, even though I was on a diet, I had to order the cheesecake because it looked so delicious.
Did you hear about the free training sessions next week?
Yes, but I'm thinking of passing it up. I'm too busy right now.
It might be a good opportunity, though. Are you sure you want to pass it up?
I know, but I don't want to overcommit. Maybe there will be another chance later.
Move up. Definition: to get a better job or move to a higher level. Example number 1. I was so happy when my fiancé moved up the ladder at work. Meaning, I was happy when he got promoted to a better position in his company. Example number 2. When I started working for Jeff, he told me if I did a good job, I'd move up in the company. Meaning, he told me if I did a good job, I'd get promoted to a higher position.
Congratulations on your promotion. You really moved up quickly in the company.
Thank you. I've worked hard, and I'm excited about the new challenges ahead.
It's great to see you moving up. You deserve it.
I appreciate that. I'm looking forward to starting the new role and making a difference.
Mix up. Definition: to mistake a person or thing for another. Example number 1. My neighbor has twin daughters, and I always mix them up. Meaning, I can never tell her daughters apart. Example number 2. My friend Matthew has a voice that's similar to my boss's voice, and I always mix them up on the phone. Meaning, they sound a lot alike, and I always mistake one for the other when talking on the phone.
I called Mike about the issue, but he seemed confused.
Oh, I think you mixed up Mike with Mark. Mark is the one handling that project.
Oops, my mistake. I always mix them up because their names are so similar.
It's okay. Just try to remember that Mark deals with projects and Mike is in finance.
Open up. Definition: to express your feelings or your thoughts. Example number 1. I can't help you unless you open up to me. Meaning, I can't help you with your problems unless you tell me what's going on. Example number 2. My boyfriend is a private person and he always keeps things to himself, but I told him he needs to open up if we're going to have a healthy relationship. Meaning, I told him he needs to express his thoughts and feelings in order for us to have a good relationship.
You seem a bit quiet today. Is everything okay?
I'm just feeling a bit overwhelmed with work.
It's good to open up about it. Talking can help.
Thanks. I guess I need to open up more instead of keeping it all inside.
Pour out. Definition: to say in a rush, usually something private that one has been holding back. Example number 1. I thought something was bothering Pam, but she wouldn't talk about it. Then last week, she suddenly poured her heart out to me. Meaning, she suddenly told me about the problems that have been bothering her. Example number 2. Paul poured out his heart to me. Meaning, he told me about all the personal problems he has that he hasn't shared with anyone.
I didn't expect the meeting with the counselor to be so intense.
What happened? I just started talking, and suddenly all my feelings poured out. I didn't realize how much I was holding back. That sounds like it was needed. Do you feel better after pouring it all out?
Yes, I actually do. It was like a weight lifted off my shoulders.
Pick on. Definition: to tease or mistreat someone. Example number 1. I felt sorry for the new student because some of the boys were picking on him. Meaning, I felt sorry for him because some boys were teasing him and treating him badly. Example number 2. When Tara's friends started picking on her, she began to cry. Meaning, when her friend was teasing her and mistreating her, she started to cry.
I noticed that Jake has been picking on you lately. Are you okay?
It's been tough. He teases me a lot, and I don't know why.
That's not right. Have you thought about talking to someone about it?
I'm considering it. I don't want to be picked on anymore.
Own up to. Definition: to admit to a wrong one has done. Example number 1. Daniel might not always do the right thing, but at least he's man enough to own up to his mistakes. Meaning, it's good that he's mature enough to admit what he's done wrong. Example number 2. When the store owner accused the boy of stealing candy, the boy owned up to it. Meaning, he admitted what he did wrong.
I heard there was a mix-up with the client's order. Do you know what happened?
Actually, it was my fault. I need to own up to it and apologize. I entered the wrong information.
It's good that you're willing to own up to the mistake. Everyone makes errors sometimes.
I just hope I can fix the issue and learn from this experience.
Pile up. Definition. To increase in quantity or amount. Example number 1. I can't go out of the office for lunch because my work's piling up and I need to finish it before 5 o'clock. Meaning, I can't go out for lunch because the amount of work I have keeps increasing and I need to finish it by 5 o'clock. Example number 2. When I was away, my work piled up, and now I have to work extra hours all week to finish it. Meaning, while I was away, a lot of work was left for me. So when I went back, I had a lot of work to finish.
Have you seen the stack of orders we have to process today? They really piled up overnight.
Yes, I noticed. We were slow yesterday, and now we have a lot to catch up on.
We need to work efficiently to get through this pile-up.
Agreed. Let's start tackling them now before they pile up even more.
Put down. Definition. To insult or criticize in a mean or cruel way. Example number 1. I don't get along well with people who are always putting others down. Meaning, I don't get along with people who insult and criticize people in a cruel way. Example number 2. Robert's girlfriend was always putting him down, so he finally broke up with her. Meaning, his girlfriend was constantly criticizing him in a mean way, so he ended their relationship.
I felt bad in the meeting today. Tom kept putting me down in front of everyone.
That's not okay. No one should put you down like that.
It made me lose confidence. I don't know why he has to be so mean.
You should talk to someone about it. It's important to address when someone puts you down unfairly.
Put up with. Definition. To tolerate. Example number 1. I have to put up with Peggy because she's my mother-in-law, but I really don't like her. Meaning, I have to tolerate her, but I don't enjoy being around her. Example number 2. Marcia couldn't put up with Jack's rude behavior anymore, so she broke up with him. Meaning, she couldn't tolerate his rude behavior, and she broke up with him.
How do you put up with the noise from the construction site next to your house?
It's tough, but I've gotten used to it. I just put up with it during the day and look forward to quiet evenings.
I admire your patience. I don't think I could put up with that much noise.
Thanks. Sometimes, you just have to tolerate things until they improve.
Put in. Definition. To spend the time doing something or working. Example number 1. We've put a lot of work into our house since we've bought it. Meaning, we've done a lot of things to our house to improve it. Example number 2. I've put a lot of time and effort into this project. I hope it's successful. Meaning, I've worked hard on this project and hope it's successful.
You've been working late a lot these days.
Yes, I've had to put in extra hours to finish the project on time.
That sounds exhausting.
It is, but it will be worth it once the project is completed successfully.
Put someone on. Definition. The act of teasing or misleading someone, especially for amusement. A prank or a joke. Example number 1. I knew John was putting me on when he said he won the lottery. Meaning, I knew he was joking and it wasn't true. Example number 2. I thought my sister was putting me on when she said she was pregnant, but it was really true. Meaning, I didn't think my sister was telling the truth when she said she was pregnant, but it was really true.
Did you really win the lottery, or are you just putting me on?
I'm just putting you on. I wish I had won the lottery.
You got me for a second there. Don't put me on like that.
Sorry, I couldn't resist. It was just a little joke.
Put off. Definition. To delay or postpone something to a later date. Example number 1. We had to put off our wedding because my fiancé was injured in a bad accident. Meaning, we postponed the wedding because my fiancé was injured. Example number 2. I put off doing my taxes and I had to rush to my accountant to get them done. Meaning, I kept postponing doing my taxes and had to rush to get them done before the deadline.
Are we still meeting for our project discussion today?
Can we put it off until tomorrow? I'm really swamped with work today.
Sure, we can reschedule. It's important not to rush it.
Thanks for understanding. I just need a bit more time to prepare.
Rip off. Definition. To charge more for something than it's worth. Example number 1. I hate getting ripped off. Meaning, I hate when someone overcharges me for something. Example number 2. I don't shop in the clothing store in my neighborhood because it's always a rip-off. Meaning, I don't shop there because they always overcharge for things.
I paid $50 for this shirt, but I think it was too much.
That sounds like a rip-off. The same shirt is available online for $30.
Really? I didn't check other prices. I feel like I got ripped off.
Next time, let's compare prices before buying to avoid getting ripped off.
Rub off on. Definition. To acquire a habit or quality of another person. Example number 1. I'm afraid Joe's bad habits will rub off on my daughter. Meaning, I'm afraid my daughter will acquire some of his bad habits. Example number 2. It's not good to spend time with negative people because their negative attitude can rub off on you. Meaning, it's not good to spend time with them because you can acquire their negative attitude.
You've become very punctual lately. What changed?
I think your habit of being on time has rubbed off on me.
That's great to hear. It's good when positive habits rub off on others.
Definitely. Your organization skills are starting to rub off on me too.
Read up on. Definition. To become informed about a subject. Example number 1. I wanted to learn more about photography, so I read up on it. Meaning, I researched it to learn more about it. Example number 2. I read up on remodeling so I can decide what changes I want to make to my home. Meaning, I needed to learn more about remodeling, so I did some research on it.
I saw you checking out a lot of books on gardening. What's the interest?
I'm planning to start a garden, so I'm reading up on it to learn the basics.
That sounds like a fun project. Have you learned anything interesting?
Yes, a lot. Reading up on soil and plant types has been really helpful.
Pull off. Definition. To succeed at a difficult task. Example number 1. People usually can't surprise me, but Jim pulled off the surprise party he planned for me. Meaning, he was able to plan the surprise party without me knowing about it. Example number 2. I don't know much about gardening, but I was able to pull it off and plant a beautiful garden. Meaning, I don't know much about gardening, but I was able to get it done and plant a nice garden.
Do you think we can finish this project by the deadline? It seems almost impossible.
It's going to be tough, but I believe we can pull it off if we work together and stay focused.
I hope you're right. It would be great to pull off such a challenging task.
Let's give it our best shot. With some extra effort, we might just manage to do it.
Rule out. Definition. To determine something is unlikely or impossible. Example number 1. My dog was limping, but the veterinarian ruled out the possibility that his leg was broken. Meaning, he determined that it wasn't broken. Example number 2. I don't think Mark is a great candidate for the job, but I haven't ruled him out yet. Meaning, I haven't decided that he's definitely not right for the job yet.
Do you think we could finish the project by tomorrow?
I've looked at our schedule, and unfortunately, I have to rule out that possibility. We need more time.
That's disappointing, but I understand. Better not to rush it.
Exactly. Let's not rule out asking for an extension. It might be our best option.
Run into. Definition. To meet someone unexpectedly. Example number 1. I hadn't seen Matthew in years, but I ran into him at the supermarket. Meaning, I met him unexpectedly at the supermarket. Example number 2. I ran into my old boyfriend at a restaurant and it was very uncomfortable. Meaning, I met him unexpectedly and it was awkward.
Guess who I ran into at the coffee shop this morning?
Who?
I ran into our former classmate, Jake. We haven't seen each other in years.
Wow, that's quite a surprise. How is he doing?
Pan out. Definition. To develop or happen in a particular way. Example number 1. My relationship with Jerry didn't pan out. Meaning, our relationship didn't work and we broke up. Example number 2. I hope your plans for the future pan out. Meaning, I hope your future works out the way you want it to.
Are you still planning the summer trip to Italy?
Yes, but I'm not sure how it will pan out with the current travel restrictions.
I hope it pans out well and you can go.
Me too. I'll have to wait and see how things develop.
Run out of. Definition. To use up. Example number 1. We ran out of milk. Meaning, we used all the milk and we don't have any left. Example number 2. If we run out of copy paper, I'll go to the store and buy more. Meaning, if all the copy paper is used up, I'll get some more.
We need to go grocery shopping soon.
Why? Are we running out of something?
Yes, we've run out of milk and bread.
Okay, let's make a list so we don't run out of other essentials too.
Run up against. Definition. To encounter difficult or unexpected problems. Example number 1. While hiking, we ran up against a wild bear. Meaning, We encountered a wild bear while hiking. Example number 2. The project wasn't successful because we ran up against a major problem that we couldn't fix. Meaning, we had an unexpected problem and had to give up the project.
How's the project going?
We've run up against some issues with the software development.
That sounds challenging. Can we find a solution soon?
I hope so. We're trying to address these problems quickly.
Read into. Definition. To believe a situation has more importance than it does. Example number 1. Larry always reads into things and creates problems that don't exist. Meaning, he overanalyzes things and creates problems that aren't there. Example number 2. Why do you always read into things? Meaning, why do you always make a situation more complicated than it is?
Did you see how quickly my manager responded to my email? What do you think it means?
I wouldn't read too much into it. Maybe your manager just happened to be checking emails at that time.
You're right. I tend to read into things too much sometimes.
It's easy to do, but it's often more straightforward than we think.
Ride out. Definition. To persevere until a difficult situation has ended. Example number 1. We had to ride out the storm, meaning we had to wait inside the house until the storm was over. Example number 2. My in-laws came to live with us for a while, and I really don't like having them here, but I just have to ride it out. Meaning, I have to be patient and persevere until they leave.
This has been a tough week at work with all the extra hours we've had to put in.
Yes, it's been intense, but I think we can ride it out. Things should get better after this project is done.
I hope you're right. We just need to ride out this busy period.
Exactly. Let's keep supporting each other until things calm down.
Straighten up. Definition. To make tidy or to stand up straight. Example number 1. Jenny, please straighten up your room before you go to bed. Meaning, please make your room neat and tidy before you go to bed. Example number 2. Tim's posture is bad and he should really straighten up. Meaning, he should really work on his posture and stand up straight.
We need to straighten up the house before the guests arrive.
I'll tidy the living room and kitchen.
And I'll straighten up the bedrooms and make sure everything looks nice.
Great, let's get started so everything is perfect when they come.
Stop off. Definition. To make a brief visit. Example number 1. I'll stop off at your house on my way to the concert. Meaning, I'll go to your house for a short visit. Example number 2. I stopped off at the market for a couple things on the way home from work. Meaning, I went to the market quickly just to pick up a few things on my way home.
Are we going straight home after the movie?
Let's stop off at the cafe. I want a quick coffee.
That sounds good. I could use a snack.
Great, it will be a nice little break before we go home.
Run up. Definition. To accumulate a big debt or to spend a lot of money. Example number 1. Brad ran up a huge tab at the bar. meaning he kept accumulating bills at the bar for over a month and he owed them a lot of money. Example number 2. Sarah ran up a lot of charges on her credit cards, meaning she accumulated a lot of debt on her credit cards.
I can't believe how much I spent on shopping this month.
It's easy to run up a big bill if you're not careful.
I need to start budgeting better to avoid running up debt.
That's a good idea. Tracking expenses can really help.
Reach out. Definition: to attempt to get closer to someone or to resolve bad feelings. Example number 1. I reached out to Amy after not hearing from her for 3 years. Meaning, I contacted her and tried to rekindle our friendship. Example number 2. John reached out to me after our argument. Meaning, he called me and tried to resolve the bad feelings we had after our argument.
I haven't talked to Sarah since our argument.
Maybe you should reach out to her and try to fix things.
You think I should?
Yes, reaching out could help mend your friendship.
Rush into. Definition: to do something suddenly without thinking enough about it. Example number 1. Marriage is a big step and it's not good to rush into it. Meaning, it's a big step, so it's not good to get married without putting a lot of thought into it. Example number 2. Mary didn't want to rush into getting a dog until she learned about the responsibilities of owning a pet. Meaning, she didn't want to get a dog quickly without thinking about everything involved with it.
I'm thinking about buying a new car this weekend.
Don't rush into it. Have you done enough research?
Not really, I just liked the model I saw in the ad.
Take your time to compare options. You don't want to make a hasty decision.
Run out on. Definition: to abandon someone. Example number 1. Pam ran out on Bill and moved in with another man. Meaning, she abandoned him for another man. Example number 2. I love my husband and would never run out on him. Meaning, I love him and care about him a lot, and I would never abandon him.
Did you hear about Tom? He ran out on his team when they needed him the most.
Really? That's not good. Why did he run out on them?
He got a better job offer and left without notice.
That must have been tough for the team. You shouldn't run out on people like that.
Run off with. Definition: to run away with someone and have an affair. Example number 1. Mark ran off with another woman. Meaning, he left his wife for another woman. Example number 2. My cousin's wife ran off with another man and he was devastated. Meaning, she left him for another man and he was very upset.
Did you hear about Lisa and the manager?
No, what happened?
Lisa ran off with the manager. They're together now.
Wow, that's a big surprise. I didn't expect that.
Rub in. Definition: to remind someone of something embarrassing, to intentionally hurt them. Example number 1. I know I made a mistake, but you don't have to rub it in. Meaning, you don't have to intentionally remind me of my mistake. Example number 2. I had an embarrassing moment at work and my coworker keeps rubbing it in. Meaning, He keeps reminding me of my embarrassing moment.
Why do you keep mentioning my mistake from last week?
Sorry, I didn't mean to rub it in. I thought it was something we could laugh about now.
It's still a sensitive topic for me. Please don't rub it in anymore.
I understand. I won't bring it up again.
See in. Definition. To recognize positive qualities in someone. Example number 1. I don't know what Jenny sees in Herman. Meaning, I don't know what positive qualities she thinks he has. Example number 2. What do you see in Susan? Meaning, what positive qualities do you recognize in her?
Why did you choose Kevin for the team leader role?
I see in Kevin a natural ability to inspire and lead others.
That's great. It's important to see those qualities in people.
Absolutely. Recognizing potential is key to building a strong team.
See off. Definition. To go with someone to a bus, train, ship, or plane terminal to say goodbye. Example number 1. I went to see my boyfriend off when he left for his business trip. Meaning, I took him to the airport when he was leaving for his trip and we said goodbye there. Example number 2. John came to see me off when I went on my cruise. Meaning, he brought me to the ship and wished me well on my vacation.
Are you coming to the airport to see off Maria tomorrow?
Yes, I want to say goodbye before she leaves for her trip.
That's nice of you. It's good to see friends off when they are traveling.
I agree. It shows you care and gives them a good send-off.
Shake up. Definition. To upset or frighten. Example number 1. The bank teller was very shaken up after the bank robbery. Meaning, the teller was extremely frightened by the thief. Example number 2. After my car accident, I was really shaken up. Meaning, after the accident, I was really scared and upset.
Did you hear about Tom? He ran out on his team when they needed him the most.
Really? That's not good. Why did he run out on them?
He got a better job offer and left without notice.
That must have been tough for the team. You shouldn't run out on people like that.
Settle down with. Definition. To establish a home of one's own. Example number 1. My boyfriend and I settled down with each other when we decided to get an apartment together. Meaning, we established a home of our own when we moved in together. Example number 2. My friend Janet settled down with Steve and now they're getting married. Meaning, they established a home together and now they decided to get married.
Do you think you'll ever settle down with someone and buy a house?
Yes, I hope to settle down with the right person someday. I'd like to have a place we can call our own.
That sounds nice. Having a home where you can grow together is wonderful.
I agree. It's all about finding the right time and person to settle down with.
Settle down. Definition. To calm down. Example number 1. The teacher told the unruly children to settle down. Meaning, she told them to calm down, be quiet, and behave themselves. Example number 2. Mary hoped her new puppy would settle down soon. Meaning, she hoped her puppy would calm down and feel relaxed soon.
You seem really upset about the meeting. Maybe you should settle down before we talk more.
You're right. I need a few minutes to settle down and collect my thoughts.
Take your time. It's important to be calm when discussing important issues.
Thanks for understanding. I'll try to settle down and approach this calmly.
Spell out. Definition. To explain something clearly. Example number 1. If you don't understand what I wrote, I'll be happy to spell it out for you. Meaning, if you don't understand what I wrote, I'll explain it clearly for you. Example number 2. Why do I always have to spell it out for you? Meaning, why do I always have to explain things for you?
I don't understand how to complete this form. Can you help me?
Of course, let me spell it out for you. First, you need to fill in your personal details in section 1.
What should I put in the employment history section?
Let me spell that out too. List your previous jobs starting with the most recent one.
Shape up. Definition. To improve your performance. Example number 1. I told my student if he doesn't shape up, he can't stay in the advanced class. Meaning, I told him if he doesn't improve his performance, he'll have to leave the advanced class. Example number 2. Pat has to shape up if he wants to get into college. Meaning, he has to improve his performance if he wants to get into college.
Your work has been a bit sloppy lately. You need to shape up if you want to stay on this project.
I understand. I'll make sure to improve and shape up my efforts.
That's good to hear. We all need to shape up sometimes to meet our goals.
I'll focus more and show you I can do better.
Ship out. Definition. To leave a place or to move goods or people away from a place. Example number 1. Thousands of containers were shipped out from the docks in New York City. Meaning, thousands of containers were moved from the dock onto a large ship. Example number 2. The weather was bad, so the tourists shipped out to another island. Meaning, the tourists left the island because of the bad weather and went to another island.
I heard you're shipping out soon for your trip. When do you leave?
Yes, I ship out next week. I'm getting everything ready now.
That's exciting. Are you all packed?
Almost. Just a few more things to sort out before I ship out.
Snap out of. Definition. To stop feeling a certain way. Example number 1. Adam's been depressed for a while and I really hope he snaps out of it. Meaning, I hope he stops feeling depressed soon. Example number 2. My son is in a very cranky mood and I hope he snaps out of it soon. Meaning, I hope his mood changes soon and he becomes happy again.
You've been looking sad all day. What's wrong?
I'm just feeling a bit down about some bad news I got.
I understand, but try to snap out of it. Maybe doing something fun will help.
You're right. I should snap out of this mood and not let it ruin my day.
Stick up for. Definition. To defend someone. Example number 1. When I was little, my brother always stuck up for me. Meaning, when I was a child, my brother always defended me. Example number 2. A good friend will always stick up for you if someone else tries to hurt you. Meaning, a good friend will always stand behind you, protect you, and defend you.
I heard you defended Sarah when someone was spreading rumors about her.
Yes, I had to stick up for her. It wasn't right what they were saying.
That was brave of you to do that.
I think it's important to stick up for friends when they're being treated unfairly.
Show up. Definition: to arrive. Example number 1. Jane is usually unreliable, so I hope she shows up on time. Meaning, she's usually late and I hope she arrives on time. Example number 2. I had a blind date on Saturday, but he never showed up. Meaning, he never arrived, so the date didn't happen.
Do you think everyone will show up on time for the meeting?
I hope so. It's important for this project that everyone shows up and participates.
I'll send a reminder email to make sure.
Good idea. That should help everyone remember to show up.
Stumble on. Definition: to discover someone or something unexpectedly. Example number 1. When we were sightseeing, we stumbled on a tiny village not usually visited by tourists. Meaning, while traveling, we accidentally discovered a small village that tourists don't usually go to. Example number 2. I stumbled on an old friend at the carnival. Meaning, while at the carnival, I discovered an old friend unexpectedly and we had a nice chat.
How did you find this little cafe? It's hidden away.
I just stumbled on it while walking around the neighborhood.
It's a great find. This place is charming.
I know, right? Sometimes you stumble on the best spots when you least expect it.
Settle on. Definition: to finally decide on something. Example number 1. While house shopping, we couldn't decide between 2 beautiful homes, but we settled on the one with the pool. Meaning, we finally decided to buy the home with the pool. Example number 2. John and I couldn't decide which car to buy, but we finally settled on the sports car with the sunroof. Meaning, we decided to buy the sports car with the sunroof.
Have we decided where to go for our team building event?
Not yet, but we need to settle on a place soon.
Let's settle on the beach resort. Everyone seems to like that idea.
Good idea. I'll confirm the booking so we can settle on the date as well.
Show off. Definition: to try to impress people with someone or something. Example number 1. Nancy is a show-off and always wears flashy jewelry. Meaning, she always tries to impress people by wearing her fancy jewelry. Example number 2. I don't like Donald because he's such a show-off. Meaning, I don't like him because he always tries to impress people with material things.
Why is Jake bringing his new guitar to the party?
He just learned to play and wants to show off his skills.
I see. I hope he's good.
Me too. He's been practicing a lot to show off tonight.
Sink in. Definition: to truly understand some information or facts. Example number 1. I read the instructions on how to put the table together, but it wouldn't sink in. Meaning, even after reading the instructions, I couldn't understand how to put the table together. Example number 2. I attended the lecture, but the lesson didn't sink in until I went home and studied it. Meaning, I didn't truly understand the lecture until I spent some time studying it.
Did you hear about the new company policy?
Yes, but it hasn't really sunk in yet. Can you explain it again?
Of course. It might take a while for all the details to sink in.
Thanks, I appreciate it. Sometimes it takes time for new information to sink in for me.
Shake off. Definition: to get rid of a problem or illness. Example number 1. I couldn't manage to shake off the cold I had and it lasted 2 weeks. Meaning, I couldn't get rid of the cold I had and it lasted a long time. Example number 2. I felt depressed after my friend's funeral and I had to try to shake it off to go do my sales presentation. Meaning, I had to get rid of my depressed feelings and get motivated to go do a sales presentation at work.
You look better today. Did you finally shake off that cold?
Yes, I'm feeling much better now. It took a week to shake it off.
I'm glad to hear that. It's tough when you can't shake off an illness quickly.
Thanks. I'm just happy it's gone, and I can get back to normal.
Start off. Definition: to begin. Example number 1. We started off on our hike up the mountain at 7 a.m. Meaning, we began our hike up the mountain at 7 a.m. Example number 2. Brad and I started off our marriage living in an apartment, but after a few years we bought a house. Meaning, we began our marriage living in an apartment, but soon we bought a house.
How should we start off the meeting today?
Let's start off with the sales report before we discuss other issues.
Good idea. It will give us a clear picture of where we stand.
Exactly. Starting off with the facts will help us make better decisions.
Scrape up. Definition: to manage with great difficulty to collect enough of something, especially money, or to find the things or people that you need. Example number 1. I finally scraped up enough money to catch up on my credit card bills. Meaning, I was finally able to put together enough money to pay my credit card bills. Example number 2. Do you think we can scrape up enough people to play a soccer game on Saturday? Meaning, do you think we can get enough people together to play a soccer game on Saturday?
Can we afford to buy the new equipment for the office?
It's expensive, but I think we can scrape up the funds if we cut some other costs.
That sounds challenging. Do you really think we can scrape up enough?
Yes, if we carefully manage our budget, we should be able to scrape up what we need.
Sort out. Definition: to organize tasks or things that are mixed up. Example number 1. The child mixed up 3 puzzles and the teacher told him to sort them out. Meaning, the teacher told him to organize the puzzle pieces with the other pieces that belong with them. Example number 2. I had to sort out the clothes for summer and winter. Meaning, I had to organize the clothes for the summer and winter seasons.
This closet is a mess. We need to sort out these files and supplies.
You're right. Let's start by sorting out the documents into categories.
Good idea. Once we sort out what's important, we can throw away or recycle the rest.
That will make it easier to find things. Let's sort out everything today.
Speak up. Definition: to voice your opinion instead of remaining silent. Example number 1. If you have any complaints, please speak up. Meaning, If you have any complaints, please voice your opinion about them. Example number 2. If you have any questions about the directions, please speak up now. Meaning, if you have any questions, please ask them now.
I think there's a problem with our current project plan. Should I say something?
Yes, you should speak up. If there's an issue, it's better to address it now.
I'm a bit nervous, but I'll try to speak up in the meeting.
That's the spirit. It's important to voice your concerns.
Set off. Definition: to annoy. Example number 1. Whenever I'm with Warren, he always sets me off. Meaning, he always annoys me in some way. Example number 2. Jane doesn't like to spend time with Dan because he always sets her off. Meaning, he always annoys her when she's with him.
I didn't mean to upset you with my comment. Did it set you off?
A little, yes. Talking about my work like that sets me off.
I'm sorry. I didn't realize it was a sensitive topic for you.
It's okay, just be careful next time. I don't want to be set off again.
Slow down. Definition: to decrease the rate or speed of something. Example number 1. Please slow down, you're driving too fast. Meaning, please lower the speed of the car, you're going too fast. Example number 2. I told Michael that things were going too fast and we should slow things down a bit. Meaning, I told him that things were progressing too fast in our relationship and we should take time and not rush into a serious relationship.
You're going through the report too quickly. Can you slow down a bit?
Sure, I didn't realize I was going so fast. I'll slow down so you can understand better.
Thanks. It's important to slow down and make sure everyone is on the same page.
Agreed. Let's take our time to go through the details.
Storm off. Definition: to quickly or angrily leave a place or situation. Example number 1. When Amy saw her boyfriend flirting with another girl at the party, she stormed off. Meaning, she quickly and angrily left the party. Example number 2. I think it's so immature the way Tim storms off every time we have an argument. Meaning, it's so immature the way Tim leaves quickly when we have an argument.
What happened in the meeting? I saw Jack storm off.
He got really upset about the budget cuts and just stormed off.
That must have been intense. Should we go check on him?
Maybe give him some time to cool down first. It's not good to follow right after someone storms off.
Shoot off one's mouth. Definition: to say something you shouldn't. Example number 1. It's embarrassing going somewhere with Bill because he's always shooting his mouth off about something. Meaning, it's embarrassing going somewhere with him because he always says something he shouldn't. Example number 2. I don't like rude people who are always shooting their mouth off. Meaning, I don't like people who are always saying inappropriate things that they shouldn't say.
Why did Tom get in trouble during the meeting?
He shut off his mouth about the boss's decision before knowing all the facts.
That sounds like a mistake. It's not good to shoot off your mouth without understanding the situation.
Exactly. Now he has to apologize for what he said.
Straighten out. Definition: To correct bad behavior or personal problems. Example number 1. If Jay doesn't straighten out, he's going to fail out of school. Meaning, if he doesn't correct his bad behavior, he's going to fail out of school. Example number 2. If Sarah doesn't straighten out her life, she'll probably end up alone and miserable. Meaning, if she doesn't fix her personal problems, she'll probably end up alone and unhappy.
I heard you had a talk with Jamie about his recent performance at work.
Yes, I had to straighten out a few things with him. He's been missing deadlines.
Did he take it well?
He understood the issues and promised to straighten out his work habits.
Screw up. Definition. To mess up or make a mistake. Example number 1. Teresa was a great lady, and I think John really screwed up when he broke up with her. Meaning, I think John made a big mistake when he broke up with her. Example number 2. My boss told me if I screw up one more time, he's going to fire me. Meaning, my boss told me if I mess up again, I'll get fired.
I'm really sorry for the errors in the report. I screwed up.
It happens. What's important is that we fix the screw-up before submitting it.
I'll correct it right away. I don't want to screw up again.
Good, let's review it together to make sure everything is accurate now.
Skip off. Definition. To leave a place quickly and secretly in an improper way. Example number 1. When we went out to dinner with our friends, they skipped off on us without paying the bill. Meaning, they left suddenly without paying their share of the bill. Example number 2. Our boss was angry because Adam skipped off in the middle of the presentation. Meaning, our boss was mad because Adam left suddenly in the middle of the presentation.
Did you hear about Anna skipping off from class today?
Yes, I saw her sneak out. She skipped off right before the quiz.
That's not like her. Why would she skip off like that?
I'm not sure. Maybe she wasn't ready for the quiz. We should check if she's okay.
Setup. Definition. To arrange or cause something negative to happen, or to assemble or prepare a structure for use. Example number 1. The robbery was a setup involving people that worked at the company. Meaning, the robbery was planned and arranged with people who worked at the company. Example number 2. The workers set up the circus tent in less than an hour. Meaning, the workers arranged and constructed the tent in less than an hour.
We need to set up the new desks for the office today.
Okay, let's unbox them and start setting up. Do we have all the tools?
Yes, I've got the tools ready. Let's set up the first desk together to see how it goes.
Sounds good. It'll be quicker if we work together to set everything up.
Take up. Definition. To fill one's time or space. Example number 1. I told my neighbor she can't come over to my house every day because she's taking up too much of my time. Meaning, I told her not to come over every day because she's filling up a lot of time that I need to get chores done. Example number 2. All of Larry's hobbies take up too much of his time. Meaning, Larry's many hobbies fill up too much of his day, and he doesn't have time to get his work done.
This new hobby of mine, painting, is really taking up a lot of my time.
Is that a good thing? Do you enjoy it?
I love it, but it's taking up so much space with all the canvases and supplies.
Well, if it makes you happy, it's worth the time and space it takes up.
Turn off. Definition. To lose interest in someone or something. Example number 1. My date turned me off when he was rude to the waiter. Meaning, I lost interest in him when I saw his rude behavior. Example number 2. Alfred's date turned him off, so he didn't ask her out again. Meaning, he lost interest in her and didn't want to date her anymore.
I used to watch that TV show all the time, but now I've turned off it.
What made you lose interest?
The storylines became repetitive, and it just turned me off.
That makes sense. It's easy to turn off something when it's no longer engaging.
Take out. Definition. To take someone on a date or to pay for an outing. Example number 1. I took my friend out to lunch yesterday. Meaning, I treated her to lunch. Example number 2. Robert took Kathy out to a beautiful restaurant by the water. Meaning, he took her on a date to a beautiful restaurant by the water.
I'm planning to take Julia out for dinner tonight.
That sounds nice. Where are you taking her?
I want to take her out to the new Italian restaurant in town.
She'll love that. It's always nice to be taken out to a special place.
Take someone up on. Definition. To accept someone's offer or invitation. Example number 1. When my friend invited me to go to the concert, I told him I'd take him up on the offer. Meaning, I'll accept the invitation to go to the concert with him. Example number 2. I took Matt up on his offer to go on a cruise. Meaning, I accepted his offer to go on a cruise with him.
Do you remember when you offered to help me with my homework? I think I need to take you up on that now.
Of course, I'm glad you're taking me up on my offer. When should we start?
Is this weekend okay? I really appreciate you letting me take you up on this.
This weekend works for me. I'm happy to help, so let's get started on it then.
Space out. Definition. To lose awareness of one's surroundings and stare off into space. Example number 1. My classmate is very strange and always appears to be spaced out. Meaning, she always appears to be staring off into space. Example number 2. When I passed the homeless man on the street, he appeared to be spaced out. Meaning, he appeared to have lost awareness of his surroundings.
You've been staring at your computer for hours. Are you okay?
Sorry, I just spaced out for a moment there. I've been working too long without a break.
It happens. Maybe you should take a short break to clear your head.
Good idea. I don't want to space out again and lose more time.
Split up. Definition. To end a relationship or marriage. Example number 1. I was upset when I found out that my aunt and uncle were splitting up after 30 years of marriage. Meaning, I was upset that their marriage of 30 years ended. Example number 2. Whenever I'm with Bob and Amy, they're arguing, and I have a feeling they're going to split up. Meaning, I have a feeling their relationship is going to end.
Did you hear that Mike and Sarah split up?
Really? They seemed so happy together. What happened?
I'm not sure of all the details. It's sad they decided to split up.
It is sad. Breaking up is tough, especially after being together for so long.
Sober up. Definition: to gradually become less drunk. Example number 1. I told Mark that he should sober up before he gets in his car and drives home. Meaning, I told him he should wait until he's no longer drunk until he drives his car. Example number 2. It takes time to sober up after drinking a lot of alcohol. Meaning, it takes time to become less drunk after you drink a lot.
John, you drank a lot at the party. Are you feeling okay now?
I'm starting to sober up, thanks. I drank some water and took a walk outside.
That's good. It's important to sober up before you drive or do anything risky.
I agree. I'll wait until I'm completely sobered up before heading home.
Stay out of. Definition: to not get involved. Example number 1. This discussion is between Patty and I, so please stay out of it. Meaning, please don't get involved in our conversation. Example number 2. My boss told my coworker to stay out of the conversation we were having. Meaning, my boss told my coworker not to get involved in our conversation.
I heard there's a big argument going on in the club committee.
Yeah, I'm aware of it, but I've decided to stay out of it.
That might be wise. These things can get complicated.
Exactly. I think it's better to stay out of such disputes and focus on my responsibilities.
Take out on. Definition: to direct anger with one person or situation to another person. Example number 1. Don't take it out on me. Meaning, don't direct your anger towards me. Example number 2. My boss had a fight with his wife and he took it out on me. Meaning, he directed the anger that he had for his wife toward me.
You seemed really upset with me earlier. Did I do something wrong?
I'm sorry, it wasn't about you. I had a bad day, and I wrongly took it out on you.
I understand we all have tough days, but please don't take it out on me next time.
You're right. I'll be more careful about where I direct my frustration.
Throw up. Definition: to bring up food or drink from your stomach. To vomit. Example number 1. I had a stomach virus and was throwing up for 2 days. Meaning, I couldn't stop vomiting for 2 days. Example number 2. Whenever Pat gets drunk, he throws up. Meaning, whenever Pat gets drunk, he vomits.
Are you feeling okay? You look a bit pale.
No, I'm not feeling well. I just threw up in the bathroom.
That sounds bad. Do you think it was something you ate?
Maybe. I need to rest and hopefully won't throw up again.
Size up. Definition: to make a judgment about a person or situation. Example number 1. I'm good at sizing people up when I first meet them. Meaning, I'm good at making a correct judgment about a person when I meet them. Example number 2. I'll have to size up the job before I decide if I want to work on it. Meaning, I'll have to take a look at the job and make a judgment about it before I decide if I want to work on it.
What do you think of the new manager? Have you had a chance to size him up yet?
I've talked to him a few times. He seems competent and friendly.
That's good to hear. It's important to size up new colleagues to understand how to work with them.
Exactly. I'm optimistic about our collaboration.
Take off. Definition: to leave quickly. Example number 1. As soon as the thief saw the police, he took off very fast. Meaning, when the thief saw the police, he left very quickly. Example number 2. Alan took off in the middle of the meeting because he had an emergency at home. Meaning, he left the meeting quickly because he had an emergency at home.
I saw Jake take off right after the meeting. Did something happen?
He received an urgent call and had to leave quickly to deal with it.
I hope everything is okay.
Me too. Sometimes you just have to take off when there's an emergency.
Think up. Definition: to come up with an idea or to think of an idea. Example number 1. I had to think up a plan to get us out of the trouble we were in. Meaning, I had to come up with an idea to get us out of the trouble we were in. Example number 2. If you think up a good idea for the presentation, let me know. Meaning, if you come up with a good idea for the presentation, let me know.
We need a new theme for our annual fundraiser. Any ideas?
Let me think up something. How about a beach party theme?
That's a great idea. How did you think that up?
I just thought about what I'd enjoy, and it popped into my head.
Tell off. Definition: to yell at someone. Example number 1. I told my coworker off when she interrupted my important meeting. Meaning, I yelled at her when she interrupted my important meeting. Example number 2. My work environment is very stressful because my boss is always telling someone off. Meaning, my work environment is stressful because my boss is always yelling at someone.
I heard you got really angry with Jim in the warehouse. Did you tell him off?
Yes, I did. He was being careless with the equipment, and I had to tell him off for safety reasons.
I understand. It's important, but was he okay with it?
He was upset, but he understood why I had to do it. It's better to tell off someone than let a dangerous situation happen.
Take on. Definition: to accept work or a responsibility. Example number 1. John took on too many assignments and he couldn't finish them. Meaning, he accepted too many assignments and he couldn't get them done. Example number 2. Mary always likes to take on a challenge. Meaning, she always likes to accept a challenge.
Are you going to take on the new project the boss mentioned?
Yes, I've decided to take it on. It will be challenging, but I think I can handle it.
That sounds like a big responsibility.
It is, but I'm ready to take on the challenge and learn from it.
Turn out. Definition: to develop or end in a particular way, or a result. Example number 1. How did your sales presentation turn out? Meaning, what was the result of your sales presentation? Example number 2. I have to see how my new kitchen turns out before I decide if I want that contractor to work on my bathroom. Meaning, I have to see how the construction on the kitchen looks before I decide if I want him to do my bathroom.
How did the school play turn out last night?
It turned out great. More people came to watch than we expected.
That's wonderful to hear. I was worried it wouldn't be well attended.
Yeah, I was concerned too, but it all turned out better than we hoped.
Sweat it out. Definition: to anxiously see a situation through to the end. Example number 1. We went to see my son's game and we were sweating it out until the end. Meaning, we were anxiously waiting to see who won the game. Example number 2. I don't like the assignment I'm doing at work, but I just have to sweat it out. Meaning, I just have to deal with it until it's over.
The job interview was tough. Now we just have to sweat it out until they announce who got the job.
I know, waiting is the hardest part. How are you handling the stress?
I'm just trying to keep busy and not think about it too much.
That's a good approach. Hopefully, it all turns out well, and we don't have to sweat it out too long.
Step in. Definition: to get involved. Example number 1. When my kids were arguing, I had to step in. Meaning, I had to get involved and stop them from arguing. Example number 2. When the 2 teams got into a fight after the game, the security guards had to step in. Meaning, the security guards had to get involved and break up the fight.
The discussion in the meeting was getting heated. Did anyone step in?
Yes, the manager had to step in and calm everyone down.
That was necessary. It's good he stepped in before it got out of hand.
Absolutely. Sometimes you just need someone to step in and take control.
Team up. Definition: to join with another to do something. Example number 1. I teamed up with my coworker and we expressed our complaints to our boss. Meaning, we joined together and voiced our complaints to our boss. Example number 2. The kids in the middle school teamed up with the kids from the high school to raise money for a new playground. Meaning, the kids from the middle school and the high school joined together to raise money for a new playground.
I heard we need to create a new marketing campaign by next month. Want to team up?
That sounds like a great idea. We can combine our skills effectively.
Exactly. I think our different strengths will really complement each other.
Agreed. Let's team up and start brainstorming some ideas tomorrow.
Stir up. Definition: to purposely cause trouble or excitement. Example number 1. Kevin always stirs things up when he goes somewhere. Meaning, he always causes trouble when he goes somewhere. Example number 2. If you come to the meeting with me, please don't stir things up. Meaning, if you come to the meeting with me, please don't purposely create any trouble.
Why did Alex start arguing about the new policy during the meeting? It wasn't the right time.
He likes to stir up controversy. I think he enjoys the attention it brings.
That's not helpful. It only creates unnecessary tension.
I agree. Next time, I'll speak to him beforehand to avoid him stirring things up again.
talk out of. Definition: to convince someone not to do something. Example number 1. A depressed man was about to jump off the bridge, but the police were there trying to talk him out of it. Meaning, the police were trying to convince him not to do it. Example number 2. I decided I'm definitely quitting my job, so don't try to talk me out of it. Meaning, I decided I'm quitting my job, so don't try to convince me not to do it.
I'm thinking about quitting my job tomorrow. I just can't take it anymore.
Have you thought this through? Maybe I can talk you out of it until you find a new one.
You think I should wait?
Yes, let's look at your options first. It's better not to make such a big decision in haste.
Stand out. Definition: to be easily noticed in a crowd or group by looking or sounding different. Example number 1. Jenny stood out in the crowd in her bright orange dress. Meaning, she was easily noticed in the crowd since she was wearing a bright orange dress. Example number 2. If you want your presentation to stand out, use bold colors. Meaning, if you want your presentation to be easily noticed, use bold colors.
Did you see the presentations today? Jenna's really stood out.
Yes, her design was so innovative. It caught everyone's attention.
Exactly, she has a knack for creating visuals that stand out from the rest.
It's a great skill to have, especially in our field. Standing out can make a big difference.
Tip off. Definition: to give someone secret information. Example number 1. Joe tipped off the police that his neighbor was selling drugs. Meaning, Joe told the police that his neighbor was selling drugs. Example number 2. Someone tipped off our boss that we left work early. Meaning, someone told our boss that we secretly left the office early.
How did you know the police were going to raid the area?
Someone tipped me off a few hours before it happened.
That was lucky. It must have helped you avoid trouble.
Definitely. Without that tip-off, I would have been caught up in the chaos.
Talk into. Definition: to convince someone to do something. Example number 1. Matt tried to talk me into driving him to the airport, but I said no. Meaning, he tried to convince me to drive him to the airport, but I didn't. Example number 2. Mary always tries to talk me into doing something that I don't want to do. Meaning, she always tries to convince me to do something that I don't want to do.
I heard you're going on the hiking trip this weekend. Weren't you hesitant at first?
Yes, I was a bit scared of the challenge. But Sam talked me into it.
That sounds like Sam. How did he manage to convince you?
He showed me all the beautiful places we'd visit, and I couldn't resist. He really talked me into it.
Turn into. Definition: to become someone different than before. Example number 1. Adam was a troubled teenager, but it was nice to see that he turned into a responsible young man. Meaning, it was nice to see that he became a responsible young man. Example number 2. Whenever Keith drinks, he turns into a nasty person. Meaning, whenever Keith drinks, he starts behaving like a totally different person.
Have you noticed how much John has changed since he started his new job?
Yes, he's really turned into a confident person. It's like he's a new man.
It's amazing. He used to be so shy and reserved.
I know. That job has really helped him turn into the person he always wanted to be.
Stare down. Definition. To focus your gaze on someone to make them feel uncomfortable. Example number 1. The teacher stared down the student when she thought he was cheating on the test. Meaning, she focused her gaze on him to make him feel uncomfortable so he'd stop cheating on the test. Example number 2. Whenever I enter the lobby, the security guard stares me down. Meaning, whenever I enter the lobby, the security guard stares at me to make me feel uncomfortable and intimidated.
During the debate, did you see how Mark stared down his opponent?
Yes, it seemed like he was trying to intimidate him.
It worked. His opponent looked really uncomfortable.
That's a tough tactic. Staring someone down can really throw them off their game.
Turn up. Definition. To appear or show up unexpectedly. Example number 1. I lost my wallet and I hope it turns up soon. Meaning, I lost my wallet and I hope it appears soon. Example number 2. Sarah can't find her passport and she hopes it'll turn up soon. Meaning, she hopes that it will show up soon.
Guess who turned up at the reunion last night?
Who was it?
Mike. We hadn't seen him since graduation.
Wow, that's a surprise. He just turned up out of nowhere.
Yes, no one expected him. It was great to see him again.
Weigh on. Definition. To burden or pressure. Example number 1. All of the problems in my life are weighing on my mind. Meaning, all of my problems are a real burden to me. Example number 2. The crime the thief committed weighed on his mind a lot, and he ended up confessing. Meaning, the thief was so burdened by his crime that he couldn't take the pressure anymore, and he confessed to the police.
You've seemed worried lately. What's going on?
It's just the deadlines at work. They're really weighing on me.
That sounds tough. Is there anything I can do to help?
Thanks for offering. Just talking about it helps lift some of the weight.
Walk out on. Definition. To leave a spouse or someone suddenly. Example number 1. I can't believe Martin walked out on Jenny after their marriage of 19 years. Meaning, I can't believe he left her suddenly after such a long marriage. Example number 2. I told my husband if he treated me disrespectfully one more time, I'd walk out on him. Meaning, I told him if he disrespected me one more time, I'd leave him very suddenly.
Did you hear about what happened with Lisa and her husband?
No, what happened?
Her husband walked out on her last week without any warning.
That's terrible. She must be really upset.
Work on. Definition. To try to improve or make something better. Example number 1. I'm working on getting in shape, but it's difficult to keep up with my diet and exercise program. Meaning, I'm trying to improve my body and get fit, but it's very difficult for me. Example number 2. If you don't work on your attitude, I think your boss will fire you. Meaning, if you don't improve your negative attitude, I think you'll get fired.
I've noticed you've been staying late at the office. What are you working on?
I'm working on my presentation skills. I have a big conference coming up and I want to do well.
That sounds like a great thing to work on. How's it going?
It's challenging, but I'm getting better each time I practice. I'm hoping all this work pays off.
Work out. Definition. To succeed or reach a happy conclusion over time. Example number 1. I know you had an argument with Bill, but don't worry, things will work out. Meaning, I know you and Bill argued, but don't worry, you'll make up and reach a happy conclusion. Example number 2. If you lose your job, don't worry, things will work out. Meaning, don't worry if you lose your job. In time, you'll succeed and find a better job.
Were you worried about moving to the new city for your job?
Yes, I was nervous at first, but everything worked out better than I expected.
That's great to hear. It must be a relief that things worked out.
Definitely. I've made some new friends and really enjoy my job now.
Wear down. Definition. To pressure someone to give in. Example number 1. The stress of having 2 jobs and taking care of my family is wearing me down. Meaning, the stress of 2 jobs and taking care of my family is putting so much pressure on me, and I don't think I can do all that anymore. Example number 2. Ralph's boss is really wearing him down. Meaning, his boss is putting a lot of pressure on him, and I think he's going to give in and quit his job.
Did you finally agree to let Tom go on the field trip?
Yes, he kept asking every day, and he finally wore me down. I had to say yes.
He knows how to get what he wants, doesn't he?
Certainly. He knew that if he kept at it, he could wear me down eventually.
Write off. Definition. To recognize that something is a failure or has no value. Or to cancel a debt. Example number 1. The car was damaged so badly in the accident that they had to write it off. Meaning, they recognized it as no longer having any value. Example number 2. When I caught my friend lying to me, I wrote her off. Meaning, I no longer had a friendship with her as it had no value to me after I caught her lying.
Did the company finally decide what to do with the old equipment?
Yes, they decided to write it off as it's too outdated to repair or sell.
That makes sense. It's not worth investing more money into it.
Exactly. Sometimes it's better to write off such losses and move forward with newer technology.
Warm up. Definition. To begin to feel comfortable with someone or something. Example number 1. My son didn't like my friend at first, but I think he's warming up to her. Meaning, he didn't like her when he first met her, but he's beginning to like her and feel comfortable with her. Example number 2. At first, the children were afraid of their new teacher, but now they're warming up to her. Meaning, they were afraid of their new teacher at first, but now they're starting to feel comfortable with her.
How are you getting along with your new teammates?
At first, it was a bit awkward, but I'm starting to warm up to them.
That's good to hear. It can take some time to feel comfortable.
Yes, the more we work together, the more I warm up. They're really great people.
Use up. Definition. To exhaust or consume completely. Example number 1. I used up all of my sick days. Meaning, all of my sick days have been exhausted and I have none left. Example number 2. If you use up all the milk, please replace it. Meaning, if you consume all the milk, please get more so I can drink it when I want to.
Do we need to buy more printer ink?
Yes, we've used up the last cartridge. There's none left.
Okay, I'll add it to the shopping list. We can't afford to run out again.
Thanks. Make sure to get a couple this time so we don't use up all our stock too quickly.
Wise up. Definition. To have a wider or deeper understanding of something, or to be able to act more intelligently in the future. Example number 1. I told Nancy that if she doesn't wise up and leave her jobless boyfriend, she's going to be unhappy. Meaning, I told her if she doesn't have a better understanding of the man she's living with, she'll end up unhappy. Example number 2. Mark finally wised up and stopped lending his friends money. Meaning, Mark finally got smarter and stopped lending money to people.
I can't believe I fell for that scam email. I should have known better.
It happens, but it's important to wise up to these things to avoid them in the future.
You're right. I'm going to educate myself more on how to spot scams.
That's a good idea. The more you know, the easier it is to wise up and stay safe.
Zero in on. Definition. To focus on a particular spot. Example number 1. The cops zeroed in on the criminal's pattern and figured out where he lived. Meaning, the police focused their search on a certain area and figured out where the criminal lived. Example number 2. If you zero in on the problem, you'll be able to fix it. Meaning, if you focus on the problem, you'll be able to correct it.
We need to figure out why our sales dropped this quarter.
Let's zero in on the sales data for our online store. That's where we saw the biggest change.
Good idea. Analyzing that data closely could help us understand what happened.
Exactly. Once we zero in on the problem, we can start making improvements.
Well up. Definition. To gradually or steadily flow upwards or outwards, so as to begin to fill or overflow something. Example number 1. Barbara's eyes started to well up with tears as she watched the sad movie. Meaning, her eyes started to fill up with tears as she watched the sad movie. Example number 2. The water started to well up in the sink. Meaning, the water started to flow upward in the sink and was about to start overflowing.
Did you see Lisa during the farewell speech?
Yes, I noticed tears starting to well up in her eyes.
It must have been hard for her to say goodbye.
Definitely. It's tough when feelings just well up like that during emotional moments.
Wrap up. Definition. To bring to a conclusion. Example number 1. We're going to wrap up the meeting at 2 o'clock. Meaning, we're going to finish the meeting at 2 o'clock. Example number 2. Please don't wrap up the seminar until the last person's questions are answered. Meaning, don't end the seminar until everyone's questions are answered.
We've covered a lot in this meeting. Should we start to wrap it up?
Yes, let's summarize the key points and assign tasks before we wrap up.
Good idea. I'll note the decisions we've made and the next steps.
Perfect. Once that's done, we can officially wrap up and send out the minutes.
Walk off. Definition. To leave someone, often in a rude or angry manner. Example number 1. The angry actor walked off the stage and quit the play. Meaning, the actor left the stage angrily and quit the play. Example number 2. If you walk off while our boss is speaking, he'll probably fire you. Meaning, if you leave angrily during our boss's speech, he'll probably fire you.
Did you see how Derek reacted to the feedback in the meeting?
Yes, he seemed really upset and just walked off.
It was quite sudden. Do you think we should go talk to him?
Maybe give him a few minutes to cool down. It's not good to follow right after someone walks off in anger.
To be doing something, often something bad. Be up to. To increase gradually. Build up. To introduce a subject. Bring up. To use something as a base for further development. Build on. To have a particular result. Add up to. To explode with anger. To explode. Blow up. To rudely ignore someone or their ideas. Brush off. To yield or amount to. Bring out. To invite on a date. Ask out. To support what someone is saying. Back up. To cause something to happen, often unpleasant. Bring on. To have faith or trust in someone or something. Believe in. To suddenly end something. Break off. To lose control of your emotions. Break down. To erupt in laughter, tears, applause, or flames. Burst into. To end an intimate relationship with someone. Break up. To find out how or what someone is doing. Check on. To help someone understand the facts of a situation. Clear up. To do work one should have done earlier. Catch up on. To think of an idea or plan. Come up with. To become ill. come down with. To make someone or something become moral or responsible. Clean up. To reduce the amount of something. Cut down on. To make clear that someone is interested in someone in a romantic way. Come on to. To become relaxed after being nervous, upset, or excited. Calm down. To help someone out of a bad situation. Bail out. To believe an idea, often a false one. Buy into. To arise, to occur, to happen, to transpire. Come up. To depend on or become certain of someone or something. Count on. To make someone become involved in a discussion. To cause someone or something to be in a particular situation. Bring into. To try hard to repel something or keep something away. Fight off. To tell someone all of your problems. Dump on. To tell someone about recent events that they're unaware of. Fill in. To think of a plan or idea, especially an unusual one. Dream up. To push on someone something they don't want. Force on. To think or talk about something for too long, especially something unpleasant. Dwell on. To give freely. Dish out. To make someone tell you something they don't want to tell you. Force out of. To result in. End in. To accept or acknowledge an unpleasant fact or situation. Face up to. To come to be in a particular situation without planning it. End up. To think about something until you understand it. Figure out. To feel capable or well enough to do something. Feel up to. To do someone's work for them. Fill in for. To complete a task. Finish up. To happen or take place. Go on. To arrive. Get in. To discover or obtain information. Find out. To become suddenly upset, angry, or extremely surprised about something. Freak out. To negatively affect someone's behavior. To affect, influence, or take control of someone. Get into. To make someone stop annoying or bothering someone. Get off someone's back. To surrender or yield. Give in. To join or work with others against someone. Gang up on. To explain or discuss something in detail. Go into. To continue or advance, often after an interruption. Get on with. To stop doing, having, or working on something. Give up. To leave, often suddenly. Go off. To make a mistake or spoil something. Foul up. To arrange for two people to meet, usually for a date. Fix up. To stop acting immaturely. Grow up. To obtain something beneficial from someone or something. Get out of. To persevere despite difficulties. Hang in. To solve a problem or difficulty. Iron out. To be able to keep a job. Hold down. To get along well with someone one has just met. Hit it off. To wait for a brief period. Hold on. To stop an annoying behavior. Knock it off. To listen to someone until they're finished speaking. Hear out. To delay someone or something. Hold up. To move or progress at the same rate as someone or something else. Keep up. To end a phone call. Hang up. To try to please someone so they'll do something for you. Kiss up to. To verbally attack someone. Lash out. To ignore or joke about something bothersome. Laugh off. To angrily confront someone. Have it out with. To spend time somewhere or with someone. Hang out. To postpone. Hold off. To not become involved in a troublesome situation. Keep out of. To become more intense. Heat up. To force to leave. Kick out. To stop employing someone. Lay off. To admire or respect someone. Look up to. To decrease, cease, or stop. Let up. To do as well as expected. Live up to. To move toward an important event or decision. Lead up to. To invent a story or excuse, often to mislead someone. Make up. To try to find out the truth about a problem. Look into. To think one is better than another. Look down on. To not get something someone wants. Lose out. To disappoint someone. Let down. To protect someone's best interests. Look out for. To make a mistake or do something badly. Mess up. To overcome the shame of a misdeed or mistake. Live down. To depend on someone or something for money or food. Live off. To forgive. To apologize to someone and be friends again after an argument. Make up. To take the place of something that has been lost or damaged. Make up for. To succeed or not as a result of effort. Make out. To be good enough or to meet someone's expectations or standards. Measure up. To inform someone of something they didn't know. Point out. To gradually stop using or providing something. Phase out. To leave a job or situation. Move on. To notice or understand something subtle. Pick up on. To anger. Piss off. To make someone commit to or be clear about something. Pin down. To not take advantage of an opportunity or an offer. Pass up. To get a better job or move to a higher level. Move up. To mistake a person or thing for another. Mix up. To express your feelings or your thoughts. Open up. To say in a rush, usually something private that one has been holding back. Pour out. To tease or mistreat someone. Pick on. To admit to a wrong one has done. Own up to. To increase in quantity or amount. Pile up. To insult or criticize in a mean or cruel way. Put down. To tolerate. Put up with. To spend the time doing something or working. Put in. The act of teasing or misleading someone, especially for amusement, a prank or a joke. Put someone on. To delay or postpone something to a later date. Put off. To charge more for something than it's worth. Rip off. To acquire a habit or quality of another person. Rub off on. To become informed about a subject. Read up on. To succeed at a difficult task. Pull off. To determine something is unlikely or impossible. Rule out. To meet someone unexpectedly. Run into. To develop or happen in a particular way. Pan out. To use up. Run out of. To encounter difficult or unexpected problems. Run up against. To believe a situation has more importance than it does. Read into. To persevere until a difficult situation has ended. Ride out. To make tidy or to stand up straight. Straighten up. To make a brief visit. Stop off. To accumulate a big debt or to spend a lot of money. Run up. To attempt to get closer to someone or to resolve bad feelings. Reach out. To do something suddenly without thinking enough about it. Rush into. To abandon someone. Run out on. To abandon someone. Run out on. To remind someone of something embarrassing, to intentionally hurt them. Rub in. To recognize positive qualities in someone. See in. To go with someone to a bus, train, ship, or plane terminal to say goodbye. See off. To upset or frighten. Shake up. To establish a home of one's own. Settle down with. To calm down. Settle down. To explain something clearly. Spell out. To improve your performance. Shape up. To leave a place or to move goods or people away from a place. Ship out. To stop feeling a certain way. Snap out of. To defend someone. Stick up for. To arrive. Show up. To discover someone or something unexpectedly. Stumble on. To finally decide on something. Settle on. To try to impress people with someone or something. Show off. To truly understand some information or facts. Sink in. To get rid of a problem or illness. Shake off. To begin. Start off. To manage with great difficulty to collect enough of something, especially money, or to find the things or people that you need. Scrape up. To organize tasks or things that are mixed up. Sort out. To voice your opinion instead of remaining silent. Speak up. To annoy. Set off. To decrease the rate or speed of something. Slow down. To quickly or angrily leave a place or situation. Storm off. To say something you shouldn't. To shoot off one's mouth. To correct bad behavior or personal problems. Straighten out. To mess up or make a mistake. Screw up. To leave a place quickly and secretly in an improper way. Skip off. To arrange or cause something negative to happen, or to assemble or prepare a structure for use. Set up. To fill one's time or space. Take up. To lose interest in someone or something. Turn off. To take someone on a date or to pay for an outing. Take out. To accept someone's offer or invitation. Take someone up on. To lose awareness of one's surroundings and stare off into space. Space out. To end a relationship or marriage. Split up. To gradually become less drunk. Sober up. To not get involved. Stay out of. To direct anger with one person or situation to another person. Take out on. To bring up food or drink from your stomach. To vomit. Throw up. To make a judgment about a person or situation. Size up. To leave quickly. Take off. To come up with an idea or to think of an idea. Think up. To yell at someone. Tell off. To accept work or a responsibility. Take on. To develop or end in a particular way, or a result. Turn out. To anxiously see a situation through to the end. Let it out. To get involved. Step in. To join with another to do something. Team up. To purposely cause trouble or excitement. Stir up. To convince someone not to do something. Talk out of. To be easily noticed in a crowd or group by looking or sounding different. Stand out. To give someone secret information. Tip off. To convince someone to do something. Talk into. To become someone different than before. Turn into. To focus your gaze on someone to make them feel uncomfortable. Stare down. To appear or show up unexpectedly. Turn up. To burden or pressure. Weigh on. To leave a spouse or someone suddenly. Walk out on. To try to improve or make something better. Work on. To succeed or reach a happy conclusion over time. Work out. To pressure someone to give in. Wear down. To recognize that something is a failure or has no value. Or to cancel a debt. Write off. To begin to feel comfortable with someone or something. Warm up. To exhaust or consume completely. Use up. To have a wider or deeper understanding of something. Or to be able to act more intelligently in the future. Wise up. To focus on a particular spot. Zero in on. To gradually or steadily flow upwards or outwards, so as to begin to fill or overflow something. Well up. To bring to a conclusion. Wrap up. To leave someone, often in a rude or angry manner. Walk off.
Did you find our exploration of English idioms insightful? Kindly like, subscribe, and activate notifications for more enlightening content. Thank you for watching.